By Intralinks. Everyone has dreams, but not everyone is willing to put in the work necessary to turn dreams into reality. California has long been a magnet for dreams and dreamers alike. Whether it's fame or fortune they seek, heading west has become a rite of passage for those who dare to attain greatness. This week, the best players in the world will head west to San Clemente. And here, at this picture-perfect venue, pickleball dreams will come true. You know the names: Ben, Annalie, Riley, Jesse, Tyson, headliners, stars. Last names are not required because these players are synonymous with firsts. They have earned this distinction, but fame can be fleeting, and there is plenty of talent heading west looking to make a name for themselves. The stage is set. The cameras are rolling. It's time for action. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Select Medical Orange County Cup presented by Intralinks. Well, hello pickleball fans. Hope you are well, whether you're out in the Pacific time zone with us. Good morning. If you're on the East Coast, well, what a great good afternoon to you. This is the Select Medical Orange County Cup presented by Intralinks. We are at a beautiful Lifetime facility here in San Clemente, California. And as is customary, it is singles day on Thursday. Dave Fleming here with you, and we have an absolute treat in the booth today. Colin Johns is with us. He will get to him in just 1 second. Here is the event rundown: men's and women's singles today, mixed doubles tomorrow, men's and women's doubles on Saturday, and then the beloved Championship Sunday on Sunday. So the stage is set, and Colin Johns, welcome to the booth. How are you, my friend?
Thanks for having me here, Dave. It's an honor to be with you to kick it off here at the San Clemente tournament, which is pretty much my personal favorite here on the PPA Tour.
I love it. And why is it your favorite?
The venue is second to none. So you come out here to Southern California, there's really nothing not to like about the weather. It's always gorgeous here. I think it's a great venue for the viewership. I really like the sort of tiered stadium sort of seating we have on both sides. Actually, this year we did a little bit different. We didn't do the 2 courts behind, which used to be the grandstand courts. We moved those elsewhere for a little bit extra seating. But I think that's a good sign for how many fans we're going to have this weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a court that's just going to keep getting more and more players on the court as we go. And we are starting out with the talk of the town from last weekend in Texas, as Jaume Martinez Vich will play AJ Koller here. So let's start with Martinez Vich. He had made a little bit of a run in other tournaments and played some good players close, and then he went on a rampage in Texas, and really it only took someone with your last name to take this young man out. So what did you see and what did you like from Martinez Vich last week?
Yeah, he was definitely impressive throughout the week. He beat some very good players along the way, and he was actually plugging along early in the year. People hadn't heard of him because he hadn't made a final, but he had taken down some good names early in the year. Very respectable wins, some really tight matches, and it was just a matter of time before he was going to break through. So fortunately, before that final, I help out Ben with the coaching in singles. We had one match to go back and review where Ben had played him in Austin. So that was definitely helpful when you have somebody new. It was sort of reminiscent of when Colin Schick made the final there in Florida. So you kind of have to scramble and get some intel to make sure they don't surprise you early. But I saw a lot of things that I liked about Martinez Vich's game. Moves really well, especially that forehand has great balance. Brings a lot of energy. He's an entertainer. So I'm really looking forward to see how he follows it up this week.
Yeah, because that's what we always want to see when we see somebody make the splash, get to Sunday. Are we here for a while, or are we just jumping in and jumping out? So Martinez Vich will be electrifying on one side of the court. And then we've got the hockey player playing singles here, Colin. He has actually done some damage in the past in singles. What do you expect to see from this guy?
Yeah, you just never know what you're going to get with Mr. Koller. Sometimes he can be as good as anyone can play on a pickleball court. So we'll see how much energy he really expends on this first day. Certainly the doubles events might mean a little bit more to Mr. Koller, but definitely is very dangerous in singles. I actually played him in one of my last singles events in Vegas, and definitely very tricky, hides the drops well, covers the net. Really rolls well to keep you back. So I'm looking forward to see how this plays out.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of people jumping into singles this week, as Major League Pickleball will be next week at this very venue. So you see teams paired up together, and we also see individuals playing. And it is definitely new paddle week as well. So before we get started, you are decked out in the booth here in your new Yola gear. It's easier to match your brother now.
I know, right? I mean, hopefully at this point we can match at least something. In the past, it was a little tough going. But yeah, I'm thrilled to make the switch this past week to Yola. It was a great 2 years I had with Electrum, and I want to thank them again for all they did for me. But being on the same team as my brother and getting to know the Yola staff, they're based about 20 minutes from where I grew up. So it's just a match made in heaven, and I'm really loving the paddle, so can't wait to get out there and play with it this week.
If you haven't heard, and I love the Scorpion call, so I just feel personally connected to this paddle. He's going to be using the Scorpius.
The Scorpius, indeed, yes. They came up with the name, but I think it fits in very well, and the Scorpion shot, definitely one that I enjoy hitting, among other players hitting that shot, so I think it fits in well, and definitely you're working on your Scorpion still, Dave. Absolutely.
It's not as good as yours, my friend, that's for sure, but we're getting there. So we've got Yola new paddles. Yours and Anna Bright's is the same, but yours couple extra millimeters there.
Yes, so the idea behind that is it's basically the ultimate defensive paddle. So what I did change going from my former paddle, which was the Electrum Model E, that was 16 millimeters and really good at absorbing, but I did take a ½ inch off the end of it and I added it to the side. So it's a little bit more maneuverable, a little bit of a wider sweet spot, and just in the close quarter doubles exchanges, it's definitely a little bit more maneuverable.
All right. We are set. Let's play pickleball. Look at AJ Koller's coming right out with a nice drop.
It's a scary crab walk up there once he gets up there.
1-0.
Oh my.
Wow.
Jaume Martinez Vich is picking up where he left off from last week with the highlight reel.
Wow, that was quite a way to start the second point of the match. How about those wheels?
Little deep again. This is a first round matchup. That's how good the singles is now.
I had the pleasure of playing doubles here at this tournament with AJ Koller last year, and he played spectacularly well. We made the final, so definitely a place that AJ likes to play, and it'll be interesting to see how he does singles and the doubles events this year.
And speaking of new paddles and new gear, look at this guy all decked out in Takea.
I guess it's just the week of paddle switches here, because I don't know if they've made an announcement yet, but it does certainly look like AJ Koller will be representing Team Takea from now on.
If he isn't, he's certainly giving them a free ride here today. He's got every corner of his body covered and the paddle. That's just a great volley and reach from Koller.
And that's a totally new thing for him. AJ Koller did not have a paddle sponsor. Not that he couldn't get one, but he was one of the few players that was unsigned. So it's good to see him get what was probably a very good deal.
Nice grab from Martinez Vich there. So one apiece here to start the show. Singles, men and women, all day long. And Martinez Vich is a guy that just wants to prove that he belongs. He had that fire in his eye last week, and he is somebody that wants to show he can play in doubles. And after this rally, we'll get your thoughts on how you make that transition, because it's not easy. There's a beautiful forehand. What do you got to do?
Well, I think singles is a great gateway for the players that are coming from tennis. And clearly, Martinez Vich comes from tennis, a good tennis player. And it's just easier to transition to singles first. So you learn a lot of the first shots in that game, but then doubles is almost a completely different game in a way. You're not going to have nearly the same strategy, and you can't just drive and attack and hit the open space nearly as much. But I do feel like singles is a great gateway to get you started.
And if you want to hit the ball off the net and over the paddle, that doesn't hurt as well. Good start here for Martinez Vich. There, so Koller gets the ball back. What do you think Koller has to do to win this match?
I think the more he can get in those sort of cat and mouse exchanges, he's got really what I call the magic wrist, where you just never know where the ball's going to go. He's pretty deceptive up there. If it becomes hitting ground stroke fast from the back of the court, I think Martinez Vich will have him beat. But if he can get to the net often, drop and come in, that'll give him the best chance to win.
3-1.
Well, deep from Martinez Vich there, had a good look at it.
Yeah, and I think he has a pretty extreme grip for pickleball standards, and it looks like he's more of a semi-Western tennis-ish style on that grip, so that does make bringing the ball down easier, but it can also cause you to lose control. Got to remember, sometimes you're not hitting the tennis ball with strings.
Yeah, where is the Luxilon? Nowhere to be found. Yeah, and when we mentioned tennis with this guy, and we're in the middle of the French Open, obviously Rafa Nadal not playing, but this guy was a hitting partner, so that tells you how good this guy's tennis was.
Yeah, I bet you could hit some rockets off of both sides with some heavy spin. And it just wouldn't be an AJ Koller match without at least a few lobs, even in singles.
Yeah, even just throw it up there. Actually, it got him back in better position there. He had a chance to drop the next one, wasn't able to do it. So still here, 3-1, game one, first match of the day. And when you play a first match of the day, Colin, what's going through your mind to get yourself going for what could be a long day these players hope for?
Yeah, certainly on a singles day, it's important to get there early, make sure you're loose and ready to go. You definitely don't want to pull anything right out of the gates. You want to hit the ground running, because if you're trying to make a deep run in a tournament like this, there are no easy matches anymore. You don't want to lose the first game, even if you come back to win. It's not that you're going to necessarily lose the first match, but you can sort of lose your way along the tournament, because later in the day that's going to cost you.
So 3 apiece here after Koller hit a nice little two-handed pass in the middle of that and then got a freebie. Spin on that one.
Definitely feeling each other out here early.
What do you mean by feeling each other out?
Well, I'm sure that these two have never played any singles points against each other. And I don't even know that they've even played any doubles points. So when you've never played someone before, you just don't know what their tendencies are, where they like to go with the ball. So something like that right there. He did end up missing that forehand, but he had AJ leaning the wrong direction. Whereas if you played somebody a couple times, you're usually going to be leaning the right direction more of the time.
Yeah, you got those patterns. They may not have the full algorithm that you have, but they certainly are used to something.
I do like to know about my opponent ahead of time. It definitely gives you an advantage, especially if they're not doing the same thing.
So tied at 3 again. Best 2 out of 3. 2-11, win by 2. Misses the volley there, and we went from the very hot Texas heat. It's about 60 degrees. What's the difference there, CJ, for these players?
Yeah, I was out on the courts yesterday hitting some, and the difference between the ball in Texas and the ball here is quite different. Although not quite as different as I would have thought, actually. Usually when it's this much cooler and Dallas was probably 90 degrees, and it's about as soft a Dura as you're ever going to play with.
Yep.
And here it's probably almost 30 degrees different. But the sun is out, so the ball is still playing a little bit softer than what I thought, but definitely a harder ball than last week, which means more drives, a little bit harder to reset, a little bit less forgiving on the volleys. Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, and the dreaded HTP, as he had room for the ATP there, but what an angle from Koller, and that's that wrist you talked about.
Yeah, the wrist position there was everything, and just finding that angle at the last minute. Look at how deceptive that is on the replay there. It's really something special. That's not an easy shot to hit.
Look at Mr. Baseline here, AJ Koller.
And that's exactly the sort of rally AJ wants to get into in singles, where he's maneuvering the ball, using spin, using his length to put pressure. Oh, that's pretty.
Point.
Don't worry, Martinez, Vic, you're not the first one to get fooled by that wrist of AJ Koller's. I've definitely gone the wrong way a few times myself.
And it is AJ Koller off and running here. Up 3 on the sensation from Texas, and he tracked it down, but actually pulled it back, and a lot of times players will do that on the ATP opportunity. So we'll take our first break of the day. AJ Koller up 3.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product, made right here in the USA. Each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
Recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Volair Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold Andiamo power with the Volair Mach 1.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with the #1 doubles player in the world by the rankings. It's a fact. Colin John's in the booth, and AJ Koller up 3 here in game #1. It's a good point coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, I appreciate the compliment there, Dave. But there's another very important half to the doubles team.
I am well aware of the other half, but let's share the standings with the people.
Point.
That's exactly what you want coming out of a timeout. You get the ball back, score a quick point, make sure you stymie that momentum that Koller had.
5-7.
And the momentum stymied by the net.
Yep, and Jaime showing off his soccer skills when he came up there. Showed his dissatisfaction with the net.
Yes. You are one of the best at showing dissatisfaction with the net.
Indeed, indeed. It is one of my pet peeves out there on the court, is when you have the .1 and then the net interferes. Even though it probably shouldn't get to me as much as it does. It's not always my favorite thing to happen.
And AJ Koller just misses, yes. So tomorrow and Saturday, and of course he hopes Sunday, look for the dissatisfaction level from Colin Johns on net cords. It's he doesn't think it's entertaining, but it is for the rest of us a little bit, just a little.
Oh, that is a nice shot by Mr. Koller.
AJ Koller just looking like he should be playing more singles here.
Yeah, I think that his MLP team is going to be pretty thrilled with this performance so far.
Yeah, the hard eights hoping to make, or not the, yeah, that's hard eights.
Hard eights.
First yell from Martinez Vich here. He was very emotional throughout his play, and something you got to measure, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. You have to know yourself as well. How do you play best? Do you play best when you're pumped up, when you're more calm? And I think it's pretty clear that he plays better when he's fired up, but definitely still thinking out there.
And that is a massive forehand off a ball that Koller didn't give him a lot of angle from that, and he's still able to get it by the big man.
Yeah, he's not an easy guy to get the ball past. He's got a good wingspan. He's about 6'1", 6'2". So that's a good effort to get that cleanly around him. Oh, we have a visual on a drop. I think that's the first one he's hit off a third shot, and some nice spin on that drop cross court. Definitely not something you would ever see in tennis. So that's a good testament to Martinez Vich learning the singles game a little bit more thoroughly.
So what do you look for with that to see how it steps? Like Sam Querrey's playing today too, if you want to talk about making that tennis transition. And obviously he got to top 10 in the world in tennis, and this is a different level of tennis player here. But as you watch, regardless of how good your tennis was, what are you looking for as an opponent or just as an observer of the game to see, okay, they are on their way to being a very good pickleball player?
I think the first thing you really want to look for is how willing are they to adapt and how quickly do they adapt. Because if you adapt quickly, and you can't always predict who's going to adapt the best, that really puts you on the right road to figuring a lot of stuff out, both on the singles court and the doubles court. Because there are certainly things that you can take directly from tennis to the pickleball court. Something like the movement is very similar, but the shot selection can be the big obstacle for many players. And I feel like early in the year, Martinez Vich was going for a lot of shots that on a tennis court would be great, but on the pickleball court, they don't work quite as well. So he's kind of dialed that back. So that last point was a great example of saying, you know what, I have a certain skill set, but let's turn it into a pickleball specific shot rather than just sort of trying to play tennis out there.
Nice hold from Koller, and out of the timeout, it works for him as well. So keeps the lead, but up just one here in game number 1.
8-7.
That is a shank.
Yeah, that didn't look like the cleanest volley of the day. A little apology there.
Side out.
But the third was well up. That's a ball that most players are going to just destroy cross court, but the miss hit goes backdoor and it works. And a couple of short returns have set the table for Martinez Vich. We're tied at 8.
Let's come down to the wire here.
8-8.
It's nice net coverage there by Mr. Koller. And I think this first game is probably more important for AJ than it is for Martinez Vich. AJ is definitely in the other events and has hopes to do well. So it would be interesting to see how much energy he puts into the singles. But if he gets this first game, it's going to be quite different than if he drops this first one in a close one.
And Martinez Vich last time pulled the ATP back into the net. That time didn't hook it around. So had a couple of nice looks at that. But Koller within 2 of taking that all-important game 1.
That's a good looking drop.
And then he lost his mind on the next one.
That is quintessential AJ Koller, where he hits a shot where you're like, wow, there aren't very many people that could hit that one, and then ill-advised shot selection on the next shot.
8-9. That's a nice hold on that one. Got away with a short return that time, and that's what Martinez Vich is upset about. So Koller, can he do damage and get to 10? Just couldn't get it on the ground.
Yep. And definitely the right place to drop, I think, there. Just definitely didn't spin it quite enough. If you put that ball on the ground and you close tight, and AJ covers the net pretty well, I like his chances to win that point. So I don't mind the shot, just needs to be better execution.
And you said needs more spin. Share with the viewers what you mean by that there on that ball.
So he was trying to hit a top spin roll, and when you're doing that, you're going to flatten out the paddle face, and you're going to use an upward swing to generate top spin, so that gets the ball to tumble faster. And it's definitely more aggressive. It can be more temperamental, but sort of like that last shot you see right there. And that's a nice point. Some good movement there by Martinez Vich, but AJ comes away with it. But yeah, if you hit that shot and you hit it aggressively, especially on third shot rolls, that can really put you in great position at the net afterwards if you close it.
Oh my.
Oh, wow, that actually stayed in. I thought that was going well out.
So bends one in, and we are at a game point for AJ Koller. And as Colin just said, really important for him here. Here's that Tui again. Nice shot. And Koller gets it done. Wins game one, 11-8. So we saw Martinez Vich dig out of a lot of holes in Texas where he dropped game one and then did that problem solving. So Martinez Vich down a game here in our first match of the day.
Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Welcome back, everybody. AJ Koller takes game one. Martinez Vich now has the spotlight on him, and that is a position that you and your brother are often in. That certainly Leigh Waters. When you are expected win instead of just playing in the back, it's different, isn't it?
It totally is, and definitely being on the stadium court can have a very different feel than being on an outside court where nobody really knows that you're even playing or you're not expected to win. If he had played this match, let's just say last week at Texas, it's probably a match that he expects to win, but he's not necessarily the favorite, whereas after his good performance last week, I would definitely put him as the favorite. But you're not playing a bad player by any stretch here. AJ Koller knows his way around the singles court. So I think from a mental perspective, it really changes when you have that really good result like he had last week.
Just wide from Koller, and that Takea paddle gets its first stare as it being the reason that ball was missed. We all do it. That's a beautiful two-minute backhand down the line there.
And actually not a bad return at all. Pretty deep, pretty flat, and created an angle there on the backhand. But I also think that the more this match goes along, the better read he's going to have on that shot.
Point.
Stepped into that and rips it into the crowd, and a lot of people return with slice. That creates problems though for you potentially sometimes, CJ.
Yes, you see more and more of the pro returns turning into flat returns, and not necessarily hard and flat returns. You might see that more on the singles court than the doubles court, but preventing your opponent from feeding off the spin that you're giving them by hitting a slice return, it actually gives them extra spin. So what I mean by that is if it's already rotating in the same direction as what you want to hit, so if you slice it to them, the ball when it's returned is going to be spinning that same direction, but it would be topspin from their perspective. So you actually generate more topspin off of a sliced ball to you than if the ball were returned to you flat or with topspin.
So don't forget that, folks. You are feeding the beast if you play against a good topspin dropper and you cut it to them all day long.
Yep, and in singles specifically, they're going to get more action on their passing shots, so they can dip the ball a little bit more, whether they're trying to hit a drop or a drive.
That's great court coverage there from Koller.
I like to call that phenomenon the spin continuation idea, because the ball is being spun in the same direction. You're just kind of using it against the player that hit it to you.
You're just cranking the turbine in the same direction over and over. And
yes.
That's why some of the time these drops are nasty, but you gave them 50% of it.
So that would actually be a great example of something where a tennis player comes in and he's so used to hitting that chip return where he thinks of it sort of as an approach shot. In the beginning, it works great because you're not playing against people that have these nasty rolls. But as time goes along and you start to realize, oh my gosh, this slice that I thought was a great shot is actually hurting me when I get to a certain level.
Just nice little poke down the line there from Martinez Vich. So got to have that two-handed backhand just disguise right there, Colin.
Yeah, held that one really nicely, go either direction, and chose to pull it line, and Koller nowhere near it. That would be an example of him trying to hit a tennis shot in a pickleball court where there looks like there's open space there cross court, but you're just not able to swing up and use that sort of windshield wiper stroke that you would on a tennis court. You don't have strings out there.
Point. Yes, sir.
Koller looking good with the two-handed backhand. The one-handed punch when he's been set up he hasn't made, but hockey players looking good with the two-handed backhand on some of these.
I'm liking what I see from AJ, and another missed volley there by Martinez Vich. A little frustration setting in. And these are the freebies that you really can't afford because now you're battling uphill, and even if he does come away with this match, it's more and more points you have to run as the returner up to the net, and if he does make a deep run, that could come back to bite you.
Yeah, everything's additive here, and it is a grind. Even in 60 degrees, it's still a grind on the court. You don't have that heat element, but your legs are still moving the amount of steps. It's just a little different as it relates to the ball and everything else from the heat.
And the pickleball just doesn't come up nearly as high, so you can't afford to kind of be lazy with the legs. You got to get down to it every time, and by the end of the day, those hip flexors are barking at you.
Nice little sort of half punch, half drop there from Martinez Vich. So 3 apiece in game number 2. We're thrilled you joined us. Dave Fleming with Colin Johns here on the call, and Martinez Vich trying to get his first lead here. And the net says no. And NetCam is going to show you how sad this is for he just can't get there.
Even with his speed, he couldn't get there.
Side out.
Nice manipulation of the paddle there.
Yep, and that's so difficult when you put that much topspin on it. Even though AJ was there for that shot, you can't afford to float it at all, so it makes it a very difficult ball to drop.
Koller with some beautiful volleys there and then can't make the overhead.
Yeah, AJ not being so much of a tennis player, having more of that hockey background, the overhead is not his best shot. So definitely something that Martinez Vich might take note of. And Mr. Koller likes to use the lob himself, but he can definitely be somebody you can use the lob effectively against.
Look at that scamper and get, and that is what was on display last week from Martinez Vich. What a shot.
And that's sort of that balance I was talking about, that forehand side, where the impressive part of that shot is not so much that he got to it, certainly that was impressive, but having the balance to execute the shot that he wanted from that position.
Just misses wide there. Nice volley in the middle to take angles away from Martinez Vich by Koller. So Martinez Vich was ahead, tied up, gets ahead again. Let's see if he can keep it this time.
Another nice two-hander. Doesn't come away at that point, but I like what I'm seeing right there. Some good accuracy with the two-hander, and didn't quite execute that last volley, but that's the sort of point that he would want to play.
5-3.
Again, patrolling the kitchen there with some solid volleys.
Yep. One of AJ's best attributes are those roll volleys to the kitchen line, and definitely sticks them well. So if he's starting to get a read on these passing shots, it's definitely going to be trouble for Martinez Vich. Another nasty two-hander.
Was he playing tennis in between hockey practice? Because these two-handed backhands are looking good to here today.
Yeah, AJ did play some tennis in high school, so not to sell him short. He just doesn't have the tennis background of some of the other players.
4-5.
Oh, that's pretty. That's the sort of point AJ wants to play, where those the wrists and the forearms are so strong he can look like a magician at times.
Yeah, because he just holds this and then says, "Where do you think I'm going? I'm going over there, and you are nowhere to be found." So 5-all.
He can freeze you sometimes. A little balancing act there.
Ooh.
Side out.
It's a good scamper, so tied back up at 5, and again, Koller's got game 1 in his pocket, so it is go time for Martinez Vich.
5-5.
And the return is so short there, Koller's not even able to take the net.
Yeah, it's interesting he went with the slice there when he's been hitting the two-hander so well. I would like to see him use the two-hander on the return and go deep middle with it, and that one definitely ended up way too short. Chose to stay back. Because if you look at that there, it's almost the same return, except it's not hit with slice. So he ended up missing that Y because you only have a very small space to hit to. You don't have that extra spin to bring it down into the court. So despite it being short, AJ gets away with it because he hit flat. Nice drop.
Side out.
The same sort of concept when he's dropping that ball. It's not that he hit it perfectly. He didn't get it on the ground, but it was tumbling with so much spin that when he's on his way up to the kitchen line, Martinez Vich, it's sort of hard to put that ball away. And you certainly don't hurt your court position if you're AJ Koller by hitting a shot like that.
6-5.
So here we go, 6-5.
Point.
And there's a freebie the other way, and now 7-5. And Martinez Vich from Hawaii, lives in Hawaii now, and is came over and got us some serious practice in with Tyson McGuffin, and he said that really upped his game to see what one of the best in the business do, and that's what these players need, to see what happens with your best stuff.
Absolutely, and that's a real opportunity to get to train with Tyson, and Tyson has had really an impressive run in singles. He was one of the top players years ago, and he's still up there as one of the top players, so to sustain that and to keep you in the kind of shape you need for singles, that's no small achievement.
Oh, and overran it. Koller went back down the middle there. That was kind of a funky point, but he doesn't care. He'll take it.
Yeah, we'll see if that becomes a theme a little bit, because when somebody moves as well as Martinez Vich does, using his speed against him by going behind him can be a very good play. So we'll see if that trend continues from AJ.
Side out.
And Koller goes for the huge spinning deep serve with some arc to it. And
7-6.
blame the Takea paddle again there.
Yep. It's always a good excuse, right,
It's
Dave?
the best.
I think he played an out ball
Side
in the
out.
first
No,
one,
he did.
but gets away with it.
Yeah, and sometimes, thankfully for Koller, you didn't have to hit another ball because you're like,
6,
oh my
7.
gosh, I had this.
You're kicking yourself
Yeah.
inwardly.
Side out.
So Martinez Vich holds that 1-point lead here. Koller, one of the many that have made their way to Austin like yourself, sir. So that's the other
7-6.
benefit. You know, Martinez Vich pretty much the lone wolf in Hawaii, whereas you've got countless great players to train and practice with.
Oh, the best points of the match there. AJ doesn't come up with the last one, but that's a good looking point there. Good movement from both players. But yes, as you mentioned, it is a big advantage these days to be in a city where you have other players to train with. And AJ does a lot of traveling, so he's not always in Austin, but he often has the opportunity to play with good players when he's home. So that's definitely something that Martinez Vich will want to eventually be able to do if he wants to make deep runs consistently.
That's just an
Side out.
unbelievable angle from AJ Koller off a net cord, too, to find that. There's not a lot of space over the net.
Indeed, that's a tough position to be in, and definitely as Martinez Vich learns the singles game more and more, he's going to learn how to use his
6-8.
speed to dump that ball in the kitchen and continue that sort of cat and mouse point instead of just trying to go for the outright winner.
Point.
And there's a nice drop and crash from AJ Koller, 7-8.
This is danger time here. If you let AJ run off a couple more points, a little bit harder to execute. You know you're only a few points away from being out of the tournament, so we'll see if you can shut this run down and get the ball back here.
7-8.
Oh dear.
Point.
And a
It's
free
timeout
Timeout
time.
receiver.
Yep.
8-8.
walks straight to the bench. So we were tied at 8 in game number 1. We are tied at 8 again here in game number 2. In game 1, it was Koller who dialed up closing time. We will see if Martinez Vich can rally here right after this. All right, we are back. There's a look at the beautiful hills here in San Clemente, California. And folks, this is a gorgeous Lifetime facility. It is, as we mentioned, in the 60s, a little overcast here, a little of that June gloom they can get here in Orange County this time of year. The humidity's up, but if I'm a player, this is as good a condition as you could ever ask for, CJ.
Absolutely. The sun's not out today, but still beautiful playing conditions, not too much wind. Southern California, the ocean's within view, so absolutely nothing you can complain about here today.
All right, 8 apiece. Oh, and just misses the inside out drop.
It's a good looking shot. Didn't miss it by much.
8-8.
So Vich uses the timeout, gets the ball back.
Great return.
Point.
I like that return down the middle, nice and flat.
Martinez Vich was able to get it down and got the miss, so he gets to 9 first.
Point.
And another freebie from Koller, and now
Timeout
it's
receiver,
Koller walking
10-8.
to the benches. So just like that, and that's what happens at crunch time. You've got to execute. And so if you are in the Koller camp, what are you telling him here? He's given away a couple with a missed volley and a missed return.
Yep. Hopefully the timeout that he calls here has as much effect as the last one by Martinez Vich. Definitely dropped 3 points in a row. But I like what he's trying to do on serve, and even that one return that he lost the point on. It's not that his strategy is poor. I just think that if he can get a little bit of a better read on these passing shots and get to know the tendencies of where his opponent likes to go, he's going to be right in this match, and as he has been up to this point.
And Colin, obviously you study the game more than just about anybody. We are seeing coaches, we're seeing senior pros jump in, we're seeing physios. Where do you think this is going?
It's definitely going to become more and more a part of the game, especially as you have more people that are experienced in the pickleball sphere. So up to this point, it's been kind of hard to have a coach if you're a top player, because there's nobody that really came before you, as in other sports, that knows the game inside and out. But certainly you see a lot of the senior pros like yourself helping out these Major League Pickleball teams that know the game and can provide insight to these players. So I think that's definitely going to be a bigger part of the game going forward.
All right, game point for Martinez Vich. And that will do it. So Martinez Vich takes game 2, and we will play 3. It was 8-all in game 1. Koller got to the finish line. 8-all in game 2. Martinez Vich got to the finish line. What a first match. Let's have pickleball like this all weekend long. We'll be back with game number 3.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at an Onyx Durafast 40 sitting on the court. You'd like all of your shots to land, I think that's just inside the line, and that might even be inside the baseline. But beautiful day for pickleball. Dave Fleming here with a member of the top doubles team in the world. That's Colin Johns, sharing all of his great insight here. And Colin, when you get to a third game, what are you processing?
Definitely what happened in the first 2 games in terms of what was the narrative of the match. So in that first game, I feel like AJ was feeling out Martinez Vich a little bit better than the reverse. And he was using what are his best shots, his rolls and covering the net to get ahead. And then towards the end of that game, sort of fell apart with some returns, and Martinez Vich tracked down a couple balls, used his speed to win. So really think about what brought you to win that first game if you're AJ, and same for Martinez Vich in that second game, and try to do more of that. That's some great speed.
So Koller's got him on the run, throws away that tough end to game 2 and gets off to a nice start. Of course, we will switch ends at 6 here in game number 3.
Side out.
Koller can't find that tough angle there, and obviously you get to make a decision at the toss at the beginning. Anything you saw, I know you were out in the court warming up your brother. Is there a better side here? There's not much weather.
Yeah, right now I wouldn't really say it's much of a factor, and it is nice that we have a similar backdrop at the back of the court. Meaning the visual behind picking up the ball is more or less the same. We have the LED board on the one side, and then we have a pretty solid backdrop on the other side. So the visuals won't really be a big part as long as we keep the brightness of that LED screen down. That's something that the players do complain about from time to time. If the brightness on that screen behind is too high, it's a little bit harder to pick up that ball. So definitely when you're warming up and they're flashing different fun things on that screen, it can be very hard to pick up the ball. Fortunately, they don't do that when we're playing.
Yeah, you can't be running a video back there while the ball's in play, or we will have a major mess on our hands.
Yeah, actually, the screen went crazy during the final last week at Texas Open at one point. I think it was behind us, so it didn't hurt us as much as it hurt JW and Dylan, but it's not something that happens too often.
And I have no idea, speaking of things going crazy, what happened there. That ball did not come up at all, and you don't see a clean winner on a serve that's going to bounce twice in front of the baseline, but that's what just happened there.
Yeah, sometimes the ball just gets a little lopsided, takes a funny bounce off a weird part of the court, but yeah, that's definitely a rarity.
And there's 2 freebies in a row for Martinez Vich, so he's up 3-2. Great return and first volley to get the ball back. And are you thinking I want to get to 6? It's like, do you set milestones in a game 3?
Certainly it's important. I would say it's more important to at least keep it close. You don't want to be down 6-1, 6-2 at the turn because they can kind of see the finish line and have confidence switching sides. But of course, it's always important to switch sides with the lead. That's the goal every time. But personally, I don't really set it as a goal. It's just something that you would always want to have.
And AJ Koller, who's looked great with the two-handed backhand, just misses that one.
Oh, interesting. AJ stayed back, and Martinez Vich flags the approach shot. He wanted to follow that in. It looked like he changed his mind on where he was going with it.
Yeah, I think he was like, wait a minute, he's still back there. I've got this, and didn't execute.
That's a beautiful roll. Wow.
Point.
Quintessential AJ Koller right there. The wrist just goes up, the ball goes down, he closes, and you're just on ice skates up there.
3-3.
Kitchen line trying to cover that next one.
And he loves when others are on ice skates.
Another beautiful drop. Oh, but follows it up with, I don't know about that shot. He didn't need to make it quite that good.
Yeah, he overran himself there, and he ran into the ball, and then it jammed him.
Because I feel like he has the advantage at the kitchen line and cat and mouse in this match.
3-3.
So if you put that ball in play, even if it's not perfect, you have the height advantage, you have great disguise. Put that ball in play, and the odds are in your favor.
Just wide. Koller playing around a little bit there, had a couple to put away and didn't really go for it.
3-3.
3-3 game 3. Oh,
wow.
Sick from AJ Koller. A short return, gets punished with a nice little half roll there, CJ.
Yeah, and that's that single style roll that you'll see that is specific to singles, because obviously in doubles you have 2 players up there covering the kitchen line. You can't have to drop nearly as deep. But that single style roll where you just have that one person trying to cover the net, you can actually hit it a little bit deeper, a little bit harder than you would in doubles, and it's very effective, especially if you know how to close up on the net afterwards.
So Martinez Vich is now the one calling timeout. AJ Koller's got the lead in game 3.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Welcome back, everybody, and A.J. Koller is up in game number 3. Colin, do you think about at 5 whether you should use a timeout or not? Because you know you have one coming up that's a free one.
Yeah, you do have 2 timeouts in a game, obviously, so sometimes it can be worth stopping the bleeding at 5, even though you know if they get one more, you're sort of going to have a semi-timeout with the side switch. So it can be a tough call. It's just in the moment, sort of a game time decision. Chose not to call the timeout, so he's got 2 here to work with later in the game. More of that single style roll. It's looking pretty good there from AJ.
And just wide there from Martinez. Vich, and Koller kept dropping it into that backhand corner, and he will switch. Up 6-3, we're going to go to the other end.
Oh, I stand corrected. He was at 5.
Yes. So he did go with the timeout. Our referees today, the lead is Mary Namey. Second is Diana Anderson, and our tracking referee on court to handle anything else is Onisha Smith. So A.J. Koller, he has rallied. So now what are you telling Martinez Vich on the other side here? That momentum from game 2 is gone.
Yep, try to get those returns nice and deep. If he can, try to get it to the backhand. I think that would work a little bit better right now. AJ's really feeling it off that forehand, creating problems with that third shot roll, and certainly he's hit some nice two-handers along the way, but I don't feel like he's quite as dangerous with that shot as with that roll on the forehand right now.
All right, so 6-3, game 3. The fans are going to be mobbing this place as the weekend progresses. It is an absolutely stunningly gorgeous center court and the whole grounds. You can work out outside here and you can see the ocean from the workout facility. It's remarkable, and as you said, it's your favorite on the tour.
It is, and you couldn't be in a better spot to play pickleball. And I was talking to the commissioner of the PPA, Connor Parentau, earlier, and he told me that we're already sold out for both Saturday and Sunday. So looking forward to record-setting crowds out here this weekend.
Side up.
So the end switch does indeed help Vich with that, as you called it, the sort of mini timeout there, and he's got to go now. Quick break in the action. You can see that real aggressive grip of Martinez Vich as he steps up to the line there. That is not continental, let's put it that way.
No, and that's a very different grip than we would have seen a few years back. These carbon fiber face panels have allowed you to play a little bit more tennis style, and you see the semi-western grips, at least in singles.
Oh, net cord to net cord, and Martinez Vich very frustrated with that there. Tries to go down the line and gets pummeled. So 6-3.
Went to the forehand again, and it bites him again. Definitely need to start to get that return away from the Koller forehand. It's costing him.
Yeah, plus just against anybody, short cross court, you are in big trouble with the options you are giving your opponent.
AJ finds the forehand again. That's not going to be good.
And we are at 8-3, and those shoulders are slumped for Martinez Vich. The pattern of winning that he had in Texas was lose game 1, come roaring back against some of the best players, but that come roaring back part of it has to happen right now, or his run from Texas will be sent home.
Oh, wow. He stays in.
Right on the line, the run around inside out forehand, and a rampage for A.J. Koller, now 9-3.
9-3.
Well, that forehand roll has been on point. Put another dime.
Oh, you know, when we bring the players in here, they don't know what the announcer jinx is all about, but there it is right there as the on point inside out. Didn't get there, but good run from AJ. Let's see if Martinez Vich can make something happen.
Point.
It's a good return, but a little bit of a suspect volley there from AJ. This is how Martinez Vich crept back into game 2. Some loose
4-9.
returns and then also some loose volleys. Couldn't quite bring it down in time.
He had him because AJ was not home.
He had the space.
9-4.
It's really hard to be off your back foot and control that and keep it in. Oh, AJ with a good get.
Oh, earned the chance to do something with the two-handed backhand there and did not execute, so stays at 9.
Point.
Oh, more suspect returns there.
So 2 missed returns and a missed volley have let
5-9.
Martinez Vich get a little closer here now. 5-9.
Oh, the backhand pancake. That's what we call that one from Mr. Koller. And that's why he's so dangerous to attack in doubles. Look at this coverage of the body here.
And Martinez Vich hit that exactly where he wanted to. Just can't believe the hands are that good. And that goes back to that familiarity. They don't have any.
Oh, great get from AJ. But yeah, as you mentioned, the familiarity where you know if you've played AJ in doubles a few times, that is not a spot that is reliable for you to go to. And looks like we're at match point here.
We are indeed. So AJ Koller has a chance to end the hopes of Martinez Vich going deep 2 weeks in a row. Here we go, match point.
That's a much better return.
Just wide. So Koller was in great position in the type of rally you mentioned he would usually come out ahead on, but can't execute it there. So opportunity lost at 10-5. Can Martinez Vich keep the ball? With all of this referee activity, I'm wondering, did Koller ask for? Oh, we have water. I see what we're worried about here. We have a little water leakage over here right below where Martinez Vich is stepping, and my goodness, everyone gets tight when it's time to close, and now you get to think about it some more. That's not ideal for Koller.
Yep, and just a little water leakage onto the court could be the undoing of one of them, so we'll see what happens here after the short break.
Yeah, and there's the tennis partner from his college days there, Martinez Vich, and we just can't have that or we'll have a player on the ground, so we do not want anything, even though you think it can't be that far away. It's still in singles. You could have to scamper over there for sure. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to mop up the court, and we will be back to see if Koller can finish off this victory.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, That little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
All right, folks, welcome back.
15 seconds.
We got towels. We got that cleaned up. AJ's had to think about the fact that he had one chance to close this out. Martinez, Vich knows he needs to at least get a couple here and put some scoreboard pressure on Koller. So 5-10, game 3.
Oh, wow. That's the patented AJ flick with the wrist there on the backhand. You have no idea where that ball's going.
And he can get some violent angles on that, and that's what you need to put a ball away against the guy with the foot speed of Martinez Vich. So after Watergate, he is just fine and gets another chance here to close out a first-round victory. And he does it with a vicious inside-in forehand. And ladies and gentlemen, AJ Koller has taken out Jaume Martinez Vich. There will not be a second Cinderella run for Martinez Vich. It is AJ Koller smiling as he looks at his phone. Maybe he's just looking at a selfie there, who knows, but that was a beautiful match from AJ Koller.
Yeah, beautifully played there. The forehand was on point in that third game. I was really impressed with the team in the backhand as well. Hit some good returns when you needed it. And Martinez Vich, not going to be the same week as last week, but I expect to see a lot more of him in the coming tournaments.
Yeah, there's so much potential, and we saw it last week. He ran out quite a run to get to Sunday, but he will have to get to Sunday in another discipline. So AJ Koller is the victor here, and we're going to talk to AJ here in a second. We'll get him all mic'd up. And Martinez Vich, you know, it's a grind going from win to loss, and he's going to have to figure out what went wrong, and we'll be back with AJ after.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It is AJ Koller that takes the first match of the day, winning 11-5 in the third. Great start to the day. AJ Koller, Dave Fleming here. Congrats on the win. You were playing a guy that came in with a lot of hype. He did very well in singles in Texas. What was the game plan?
I'll be honest, I didn't have one. I knew he took second last week, and it's just hard to string together two good tournaments. There's a lot of talented guys out here. So Jaime is a great player. I'm sure he'll bounce back. But I guess today was my day.
Hey, AJ, Colin Johns here in the booth with Dave. How about this singles run this week? It's starting off pretty well, and is it sort of a next up for MLP? You might be getting a dream breaker maybe against yours truly here in the booth.
Well, you know, Siege, I love playing singles with you, and it's good to hear your voice. I owe you from Vegas like two years ago. I don't know if I call it a run yet. I mean, I do owe you. Yeah, I don't know if it's a run yet. I mean, I got one win, but exactly, it's just a tune-up for MLP. Didn't have the singles outing I wanted in Daytona, so I just thought I'd try and sharpen up my stuff here, and so far so good.
Well, I certainly expect the Hard Ace to put you against me if that does happen at MLP. I'd be disappointed if it was any other way.
So AJ, what's the hope the rest of the day here? It looked like the forehand was really on point, but dropping it and then inside in to win. Where do you think you can take this today?
Man, I don't know. Honestly, like I said, so this is just a tune-up for MLP. I think I'm playing maybe Garnett next, and I owe him from Atlanta. But the Takea paddle was working for me. If you haven't, as you guys know, Takea is coming out with some pretty sharp stuff, and I guess this is kind of my unofficial announcement. Yeah, Takea joined the team. Been talking to them since I won the Newport tournament last winter, and here I am. I guess the proof's in the pudding. That paddle's pretty sharp.
So we get the announcement right here on the interview. So AJ, well done. Congratulations. Good luck with the rest of the day and with the Takea paddle. You win in their backyard, and look what happened. So well done, AJ. Good luck in the next round, and we will be back with more singles action right after this.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
All right, welcome back, everybody. What a start to the day. Almost an hour-long match here. We got Colin Johns in the booth. I'm Dave Fleming. Thrilled to have you with us here at the Select Medical Orange County Cup here, presented by Intralinks. 12th stop of the year on the Carvana PPA Tour. And coming up, we've got quite a battle, and this could be a final. And look, we're here just early on. We've got Jay W. Johnson against the lefty Pablo Tellez coming up next. And Colin, when you see those two names on the screen, what do you expect? We'll start with the lefty Tellez.
Yeah, I actually know Pablo from tennis. He's from Naples, Florida. Not originally, but he lives down there, and I knew him from actually Pro League. We used to play tennis against each other, and I sort of had a little bit of an assist getting him into pickleball. He asked me some questions quite a while ago, and it's good to see him getting into pickleball.
Well, we will get Pablo onto the court. That's going to be a key part of this match, so we'll get that figured out, and we'll be back with this match after this.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
Alshon is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. Alshon all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 Alshon Acute Relief Cream.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everybody. There is a good look at the matchup we are going to have and our referees. So while we're here, let's tell you who you're going to have calling the action. You'll have Larry Harvard, supported by Cindy Leitner and Mark Thomas. And Colin Johns, when you see a scoreline like we saw here with Pablo, let's talk about this for a minute. He's playing a very good player in Kyle Lewis. Loses game 1, 11-4, and wins game 2, 17-15. You know he had to save match points in there. You just do.
Wowza. I mean, if you look at that score line, you're like, how many match points did he have to save? Because you got to figure there are at least a few in there, and somehow he escaped. Kyle Lewis must have really had it going for those first two games, and he let it get away. Pablo survived the third game as well, and here he is on center court up against J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, the third very dominating 11-2, so I'm sure there was I can't believe I didn't finish, however many opportunities were there for Kyle Lewis. And just to set some of the matches that took place, Ben Johns, your brother, actually played Sam Querrey today.
No way.
So that took place 11-7, 11-3. So Ben's got Colin Schick next. So we saw one of those upstart big victory, get to Sunday. John May Martinez Vich wasn't able to parlay that momentum. Schick has not been able to do so as well, so he's running into Ben Johns, who he was able to take a game from in that final back in Daytona. And then I'm going to rattle these off, and they sound like semifinals, but they aren't. These are round of 16. Dylan Frazier and Tyler Loong, McGuffin and Rettenmeyer, Alshon and Tardio, Staksrud and a very good singles player, Gabe Joseph. Garnett will play A.J. Koller, who just won on center. Devilliers and Patriquin, and then J.W. Johnson and that man, Pablo Tellez. So these singles draws are no joke now, Colin.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, any of these could be semifinals in any given week. So no easy matches out there anymore. It's very physical, and these are two of the best right on center court right here.
So when you're playing your buddy, because these guys all support each other really well, J.W. Johnson and Tellez and Staksrud, how do you get rid of that thought that this is somebody I usually want to win, but certainly not now?
Yeah, I feel like both of them can kind of put this aside, especially on the singles court, and try their best to win. I think it more comes down to the tendencies where you know somebody really well. There's no doubt that these guys have played doubles, singles points against each other, so it'll be interesting to see, unlike the last match where they didn't know each other at all, what will happen here when you have a much better beat on where the ball might be going.
So there's a good look. J.W. Johnson, 20 years old, 5'10", turned pro in 2020, lives in Boynton Beach, which is on the east side of the great state of Florida. And what a pickleball family. His sister Georgia has played some phenomenal pickleball here in 2023. And mom Julie Johnson, one of the top senior pros on the women's side. So J.W. Johnson sort of jumps in and out of singles, got a victory earlier this year in singles. And what do you like about his singles game?
Yeah, he has one of the best forehands out there on the singles court. He captured Atlanta, which was a major tournament not that long ago, 2 tournaments ago. So clearly playing some good ball on the singles court. He's been in and out of the singles this year, trying to save more energy, I think, for the other events, the doubles events. But I expect to see more great play from him this week.
So you got a righty-lefty. When you walk out on the court with that, what changes? How do you get your mind reset so that your patterns are literally the opposite?
Yes, it can be much more challenging as the righty playing the lefty, because you're not used to returning. Mostly the returns are where it changed, but even on something as simple as passing to your favorite shot, passing to your favorite side, JW loves to go inside out from the middle with that forehand, and that's going to be right into Pablo's forehand. So he has better reach, more power on that side at full extension. So adjusting something like that can be really critical.
So we'll see how they solve the riddle of a couple of buddies. And again, we are thrilled to have you here. We're in San Clemente. We've got a great couple of days of pickleball action. Lots of new paddles going on. Colin's got his new Scorpia, so we'll see. It's going to debut tomorrow with Elise Jones in the mixed draw, and then there's like the slightest little break. There's Major League Pickleball next weekend, and then not till Denver is our next stop, mid-July. I think that'll be a nice break for all of you. What do you plan to do with that time?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the longer breaks we have on the tour season, at least in the middle of it. So Denver after this tournament. Of course, we have MLP next week, but that will be the next PPA after this tournament. So definitely a little bit of time off. Myself, I'm actually going to Europe for a Pickleball Getaways trip. That's my brother in Decobar's business, and I'm going to Slovenia for the first time. So we're going to teach some clients over there. Never seen that beautiful country, so I'm looking forward to that.
So there you go. So not only is he not stepping away from pickleball. He is not just chilling in Austin, going all the way overseas. So J.W. Johnson will serve. We had a beauty to start on center court, and we are ready to go. Let's play pickleball.
What a generous call there to start by Mr. Johnson. I don't know if you're not his buddy. He calls the lines very fair, but that was sort of this is my buddy on the other side. I'm going to give him the extra benefit of the doubt.
And he slides that one after a picture-perfect return. Gets it down the line past Tellez, and 2 quick ones for J-Dub.
Yeah, I can't believe that curled back in. I don't think public could believe it either.
Side out.
And Tellez just has to like reconcile that first round match. I'm sure a lot coming into this just to get another match started after the grind of that.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's going to be, hey, I can't believe that I'm playing this match on center court right now. I was so close to being out of the tournament, so it's almost like you have a second lease on life here.
2-0. Point.
Just deep from Tellez, and is J.W. Johnson someone return middle or find that backhand? What would you be doing?
He's dangerous off of both wings, but he definitely prefers the forehand, especially on those middle balls. He likes to take that inside out. So if I were Pablo, I'd definitely go to my most reliable returns. There's not like a huge discrepancy, but make sure that he doesn't get locked and loaded on that forehand too much. He really dictates well from the middle of the court. And then when he's driving and coming forward like that, that just spells trouble. So definitely try to find the backhand, but the backhand is dangerous as well.
And a rampage for J.W. Johnson to start, fueled by a couple of return errors from Tellez, and it's 5-zip.
That's trouble.
I mean, that is gorgeous pickleball from J.W. Johnson. Feathered a backhand on the full sprint into the kitchen, and then comes forward, and it is 6-0.
Yeah, JW actually drops with more backspin or slice than most of the other players on the backhand side, but he does a good job of keeping that ball shallow so you can't really feed off of that spin and take it in the air.
And Johnson just swiping winners on all sides of his body. It is 7-0, and that is not lucky for Pablo Tellez, and we've got a timeout. The last match we had took about an hour. We are barely a couple minutes into this, and it is 7-0. So Tellez is going to think about it. Murcha Morerio going, good job, J-Dub.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Tellez looking for answers. Found some earlier in his first round match when he gutted out a 17-15 game too, but J.W. Johnson on fire.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better start here if you're JW, just dotting lines with the forehand and dictating play really well.
Time in. 7-0. Point.
And another missed return. You hate to do that after you called the timeout.
Yeah, it just keeps that momentum rolling for JW, and
8-0.
Quick 8-0 start. Definitely not the start Pablo wants to get in.
Point.
And these sweeping forehands are punishing, and we are 2 points from a pickle here.
9-0. Point.
And it is pickle point. If you're not familiar with that term, it means when you literally win 11 zip. So
10-0.
JW Johnson's got a chance to do that right here. And the two-handed backhand down the line gets that done. And we are out the door in game one in less than 7 minutes. It is 11 zip. JW Johnson looking fantastic. California is treating him well. Murcha Morerio is laughing. J-Dub is smiling, and why shouldn't they be?
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today. Welcome back, everybody. A very tidy, impressive, and dominating performance from J.W. Johnson. 11-0. That is not a scoreboard error. He pickled his buddy in game one.
Side out.
And that ball just didn't hang up long enough. Tried to curl the ATP, but the ball wasn't there when he went to swing.
Yeah, and it would be really nice for Pablo to get on the scoreboard here quickly and just kind of get that first game out of his system. And JW just wants the opposite. He just wants to carry that momentum from game one right into game two.
Missed serve there. Yeah, what do you do? You got to just flush it, don't you? Okay, 11-0.
Yep, just bad game. Forget about it and start to play your game.
Side out.
Can't find the pass there.
Zero.
Likes to try to go behind Pablo there. That might be the lefty being in your head a little bit because he's going to be covering that open court with the forehand, but it did look like JW had a lot of space in that cross court.
I saw about 12 feet over there. Oh, Pablo had a great chance to get on the board there. Was just a heartbeat late.
Yep, didn't close quite fast enough, and JW gets that ball down nicely with carving the backhand, and if you're not there just in time, it could be really hard to get it past.
Beautiful sweeping finish from the lefty there. So let's see if just a couple of rallies even. I mean, that was so fast, we didn't even have a lot of balls struck.
0-0.
Yeah, this is a little bit better here for Pablo, even though he's not on the scoreboard. At least he's starting to get some stops.
And there it is. So gets the missed return. So it is only Pablo that could pickle in this game.
Yes.
1-0. Side out.
And Pablo is one of the few players that actually like to use the open stance on the serve here. There are a few that like to do it that way. Certainly my brother, he likes more of the closed stance, as does JW, but someone like Tyson often will use that open stance serve. So personal preference, but interesting to see from the lefty perspective.
Yeah, and what's the benefit as we will watch Pablo step up to the line here? Why would you want to hit it this way?
So clearly he has more of a Western, semi-Western style grip in tennis. So hitting open stance is something that's very natural to him. So that could be part of it, certainly. And some people feel like they can kind of keep the ball in the slot above the net, where you would be hitting your serve a little bit better when you're open stance, for whatever reason. Versus somebody like JW who likes to turn and really sort of get that full rotation with the hips and the shoulders.
Oh, and Tellez, 3 in a row for him. So a nice response. He's been responding all day long from the scoreboard. And here we go again. 3-0 for Tellez.
Yep, hearing some Spanish in this game. Definitely weren't hearing any Spanish in game 1, so that's a good thing for Pablo.
I'm sure there was some Spanish that only he heard inside his own mind when he looked at the scoreboard there, but that was kept in inside voice. That's a great volley there from J.W. Johnson.
I'm just dismissed with so much strength there. It's like, I'm never going to miss that one. And that can sort of get in your head from the other perspective, where somebody covers it with that much authority, where you're like, I can't really go in that direction nearly as easily. So I think that there's more at play there when JW sticks a forehand volley than just, I won that point.
I won that point, and you are maybe never going back there, and that takes a shot away. So
3-1.
And follows that up with the two-handed backhand.
1-3.
Pablo's like, man, I'm winning. Don't call that 3-1. Ooh, just catches the tape there.
Much better return there. He missed a couple just barely deep in that first game. I can't tell if there's any wind, but it doesn't seem to be a huge factor.
No, and this is a very sunken down amphitheater style center court. So if we ever get it, it could swirl a little bit. I just pulled up our Doppler meteorological wind, and there's no wind.
Great playing conditions. Never a good thing to have wind when you're playing with a weightless plastic ball.
No. We certainly had it in Texas to go with the heat, too. There was a lot of elements. So we still saw tremendous pickleball in singles. The finals were terrific. And one of the matches of the year, if not the match of the year on the singles side. We'll see the ladies a little later today. Leigh Waters had to gut out and save 2 championship points against with Leah Jansen. Oh, Skitter.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that was a spectacular women's final last week in Texas, and Leigh Jansen played the best I've seen her play against Leigh Waters and pushed her to the absolute limit, had match points in the second and the third game. So if you haven't seen that one, definitely one to go back and check out.
Very nice from J.W. Johnson. And that's the danger with this guy. He does have the full package. That's why he won a major just a couple of weeks ago. As you mentioned, he is more than comfortable, is he not, at both the baseline and up at the kitchen.
Absolutely. He likes to come forward aggressively. He likes to follow in his drives and follow up with hard volleys, and certainly can do some fun stuff up at the kitchen line there with the wrist. So you can't sell him short at the front of the court. I would say he's probably more comfortable at the back of the court, but certainly is very capable up at the front of the court and has some of the best volleys in diffusing those drives.
So Tellez gets it back, still has that 1-point lead, and wants to try and do what he did in the first round, drop game 1 and come back and win a match.
Side out.
Can't get it done there. Way too high on the third.
Three, 4. Side out.
Big swing from J.W. Johnson, just smashes into the tape.
Yep, and you can see he was pretty precise with that first 2-handed backhand. He's very capable off of that wing as well, but catches the tape on that next one. So if you can steer it to the backhand, you're probably going to get a few more mistakes than the forehand.
Point.
And another missed return here for J.W. Johnson. So freebies have been coming from the far side of the court here today in this particular match. And Tellez up 2.
That's a nice
Point.
shot.
Make that 3, runs around
Timeout,
the
receiver,
backhand
6-3, 1 minute.
and goes inside out. And he has now got J.W. Johnson calling timeout. So what a 180 here on center court for Tellez and Johnson, as it is Tellez who has pulled up. He's doubled up that man, J.W. Johnson.
I know. I looked.
We'll be back with the rest of game number 2.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Welcome back, everybody. There's the lefty Pablo Tellez, and guess what? Tellez just was able to just throw that 11-0 loss in game 1 away, and here he is. He is at 6-3. J.W. Johnson, who was all laughs and smiles with Murcha Moreiro after game 1, had to call a timeout and now has missed another return, 7-3.
Yep, that's the 3rd return, I think, this game that he's missed, and that is just really shooting yourself in the foot in singles. And we have a 4th, and there is just really no way you can recover in a game where you're missing 4 returns and the other person is not. So he's got to clean that up if he wants to win this game too. And Pablo feeling the forehand inside out as well. So totally different game 2 here, Dave.
Just dominating in game 1 and now doesn't appear to have any answers. So not a shocking turn of events because Tellez has already done this today, but he looks so much more comfortable. Can't quite get to that one, but a tremendous recovery and response here from Tellez. Now he's got to get through the door. 3-9. Wide now on the serve. That is a rarity in pro pickleball.
Yeah, I feel like in singles, not enough people actually miss enough serves, because if you're not serving aggressively enough to where you would miss some, you're not serving the right way, at least in singles.
Couldn't agree more. It's got to be in the budget.
Yeah, that's
nice
a good way to
finish there.
Yep, that's a good way to put it. It should be in the budget, knowing that you're going to miss a few, but you're going to win a lot more points by being aggressive, and not necessarily because they're going to miss the return, but they're going to give you easier thirds to where you can do more with that subsequent ball.
So Tellez says, I don't want all the freebies going on a one-way street, so he gives one back. 9-4 here.
4-9. Point.
All right, and now 5-9. So
now the question is, how much do you wait before you stop the bleeding with the timeout? Because sometimes you want to keep playing it out and say, I'm going to hit one more good return and get the ball back, because sort of by calling a timeout, you're admitting that they have a little bit of momentum.
That is a great handle of a ball off the tape of not panicking by Tellez, and then he had a great read knowing that ball is likely to come right back where it came from right here. Tremendous job by Tellez.
Yep, and that's just the lefty factor where you just forget you cannot dump the ball up the line. That's his better Ernie side, and just a great read there by Pablo, and quickly finishes the point.
He's had a couple chances to get to 10.
And another return.
5.
That's 5 this game. Yep, that's tough.
So if you are playing to 11 and your opponent's playing to 6, that's a problem. Game point for Tellez. Just misses that inside out, but getting that 10th point, pretty important for confidence and just some little scoreboard pressure.
5-10.
Yeah, and to me, getting to 10 is quite a bit different than getting to 9, because every time you serve, the other player is now at game point down. So you feel just that little bit of added pressure versus 9. Yes, you're down, but you have a little bit of wiggle room, and you don't have sort of that same tension in your arm every time you go to hit a return a serve.
Can't get it done there with the sort of half volley one-handed backhand. So good pressure from J.W. Johnson. How long can he hold the ball now?
5-10. Point.
Freebie Fest 2023 here in San Clemente. Another missed return. 6-10.
And starting to get a few back the other way.
6-10.
Wow, that is not going to be missed very often.
No, got off the hook there. And sometimes people are hitting really good, deep, aggressive serves, and sometimes you're going to have some return errors.
Yes.
But I feel like most of the returns that were missed in this game were manageable. There was that one serve that JW missed that was on the baseline that Pablo hit. But besides that, I feel like all the rest of them were very makeable.
10-6.
We play the Let's Serve here on the PPA Tour. And J.W. Johnson just kept going to the backhand. Finally hit the open court and puts it away. So 3 game points saved from J.W. Johnson.
6-10. Side out.
Really nice first punch volley to get himself ahead there from Tellez.
Yeah, but looks like he's just moving a little bit better in this game than in game 1. He was a little bit stiff that first game, it appeared, and definitely moving around, covering that kitchen line much better. And it looks like we have the sun peeking out a little bit here, and that could change the conditions just a little bit.
And the 4th try is the charm, and we're going to play 3. So Tellez impressively responds from getting pickled in game 1, flips the script, and he is winning game 2. We will play 3 again here on center.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. So Aaron's folks could help him out with a sweet ride.
No way.
Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our car vending machines, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Welcome back to now sunny Southern California. There's a beautiful look at the hills of San Clemente. This is the Select Medical Orange County Cup presented by Intralinks, and to his significant credit, Pablo Tellez did not get down in the dumps after getting run over in game one and got some freebies, and all that laughter and giggling after game one is gone, and there is a much different conversation happening between Mircea Moreiro and J.W. Johnson there. What are they saying?
Yep, clearly they're going to talk about the return to serve. You can't give away 5 freebies, even if Pablo is peppering the serve a little bit. So definitely just from an execution standpoint, cleaning that up and getting back to what he was doing well in game one. But now that you've sort of let Pablo in the match, it's going to be a different sort of flow to it, and it might be a dogfight, and I expect it to be from here on out.
Yeah, so now it is time to dig in and see who can execute. As we talked about at the top of the show here, these guys know each other so well, so the secrets don't exist. Now it's time to execute in the sun of Southern California.
Oh, generous call there.
Yes.
That looked out to me.
So J.W. Johnson even kind of paused for a millisecond there and then decided to play it as good. So Tellez gets a generous break from his buddy right there.
Ready? 0-0. Point.
And a missed volley here. So J.W. Johnson's got tightened down the mistakes here, or it is Tellez who will take this one.
Point.
And the missed returns continue. That was a better serve by Pablo, and it looked like it may have taken a poor bounce. But again, if you're giving away freebies, the other player is just playing to a lower score, essentially.
Side out.
Shank to shank there, not usually seen there. No, not good content or contact from Tellez. So J.W. Johnson down a couple here, and sometimes when you win 11-0, you just think it's your day and everything's easy, and that can be a problem.
Yep, certainly you have a very capable player on the other side, so you just don't want to let them in the match. And everything that was going right for JW in game one is not going the same way in games 2 and 3. He was peppering the forehand, dictating play, closing well, and now suddenly it's Pablo that's moving around the net and dictating play.
And J.W. Johnson, who doesn't usually show frustration, is showing some here. Missed forehand volley, missed return, and missed backhand volley. That is not the trifecta he was looking for. 3-zip. And that sails deep. 4-zip, and he's got to go sit down and talk about it again. And J.W. Johnson noticeably frustrated here. 11-0 in game one seems like an eternity ago.
Yep, and he knows that it's just not good enough from an execution standpoint right now.
So, can Pablo Tellez rally from an 11-0 loss in game one? We'll have the rest of 3 right after this.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
We'll take you to Europe and take care of everything else along the way. Have the time of your life in Europe. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Welcome back, everybody. Day one of this terrific tournament out in San Clemente. It is the Select Medical Orange County Cup, the 12th stop on the Carvana PPA Tour. Pablo Tellez showed us he's got the wherewithal to rally today. Now does J.W. Johnson have it? He's got to get this cleaned up and in a hurry.
That's a nice passing shot there. Chose to return cross court hard, which can be effective if you catch them out of position, but that's a long way to go to cover that line, and Pablo used that extra space.
And Pablo Tellez says, I'm switching up 6-0. Deal with it. What a rally from Tellez right there. My goodness.
And he's in full flight now. And who would have thought after that first game it looked like Johnson was just going to run over Pablo. And what a recovery. 11-6 second game and 6-0 in this third game. And we talked about coaches earlier, Dave, and this is where having somebody in your corner, no matter who it is, just to help you calm down and kind of see some things that you may or may not see yourself can be very helpful.
Yeah, because there's actually zero conversation happening right here. And now there's just, as you said, Pablo sitting over there. A lot of players been going to the phones now here too, getting, I don't know what they're all looking at. I know some people are perhaps getting a little insight from afar as well.
Yep, it's not something you see in other sports where I don't think you'd be allowed to check the cell phone, but in pickleball, I don't believe there's any rule against that. So you will see some coaching coming from other sources occasionally. And Pablo feeling the music, feeling his game right now, whereas JW is looking at his coach, kind of wondering the next steps.
Yeah, now Marario is bringing some very pointed ideas here, and this is when coaching can be so challenging, because you were a minute ago laughing about 11-0, and now it's 6-0 the other way, and your player is frustrated, and not a player that usually shows that frustration. So if I'm Tellez, just slam down the pedal here and get this point and really make this difficult. And he is on it again, 7-0.
Yep, everything he's touching right now is turning into gold. And I think a little bit of that could be the frustration coming from JW, kind of feeding off of that energy. And it's only helping Pablo play better right now.
8-0. The train that was coming down the track somehow turned around and went the other way, and it is Tellez all over J.W. Johnson. Another missed return, and he is 2 points from a reverse pickle here.
Yep, it just couldn't be more different here. And not to say that JW's given up here, but a timeout after some suspect points might be advisable right now, and he is choosing to let Pablo just put the pedal to the metal, and we're at 10-0, match point.
Yeah, and the body language is not good on the far side. Pickle point and match point for Tellez. And that will do it in a remarkable scoreline. 0-11, 11-6, 11-0. Tellez comes all the way back, and he is moving on. And the winner from Atlanta, J.W. Johnson, is done for the day.
Wow, what a turn of events there. And Pablo Tellez is going to have some very strange score lines this week, where his first match, he pulls out the second game 17-15, wins the third, and in this one loses the first one 11-0 and comes back to win 11-0 in the third.
We will talk to Pablo when we come back. What a match for him.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
We'll take you to Europe and take care of everything else along the way. Have the time of your life in Europe. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Well, welcome back, everybody. What a recovery by Pablo Tellez. Drops the first game 11-zip, then wins 11-6, 11-0. He's standing by with us. Pablo, Dave Fleming here. What a rally for you. What were you thinking? You get pickled in game one, and then you rally back to win. What was going through your mind?
If you don't return deep, he makes you pay, and he was hitting his spots. I felt like there was nothing I could do, so thankfully, second set, I started serving harder. He missed a couple returns, and I think it just rolled from there.
Pablo, Colin Johns here in the booth here with Dave. It wasn't all that long ago when we were both in Naples playing pro league tennis against each other, and you asked me about this pickleball game, and I said you should get on board. The singles game has come a long way. What were some things that really helped you along the way when you were making the transition from tennis to pickleball? Because the game looks great.
Well, I think part of it is that my very first singles match, you beat me. I don't know if you remember that back in 2019. So from there, I just started working harder.
So Pablo, what on earth is going on today with your matches? You have a ridiculous first round where you lose game one, you're down, and then you see a 17-15 score line. And then this one, I called it the reverse pickle. Do you feel like today is your day?
I hope so. You know, most of the times when I have a deep run, first rounds are usually a little bit shaky. So hopefully I can just keep going from here. But no, honestly, I didn't even play bad. I felt the first set in any of my matches. The other people were just too good.
Well, you, as it turned out, were too good for them. So Pablo Tellez, congratulations. He is moving on. We'll see more of him later today. The lefty wins it over J.W. Johnson. We will be right back. The ladies will be on center court. And I want to thank Colin Johns for joining us in the booth. Good luck this weekend, CJ.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlow pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlow.com.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Great things happen when good friends get together. So grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here, and Colin Johns had been with us, and we appreciate that he was here. And now my man, Kyle McKenzie, joins us. Kyle, welcome to the booth, and welcome to California.
Well, appreciate it, Dave. Happy to hang with you a bit and call some excellent matches here.
So, as I mentioned right before the break, we've got the ladies heading to the court, but let's take a look at what the men have done as they started earlier. So Ben Johns and Colin Schick recreating that Daytona final, so that's out on an outside court, so we'll see how that comes down. Dylan Frazier will get the winner of that one. McGuffin and Alshon have had some battles, so that is going to be something in the quarterfinals. Staksrud gets past a very tough singles player in Gabe Joseph, and AJ Koller, who took out Jaume Martinez Vich on our first match of the day, cannot make it 2 for 2 as Connor Garnett gets it done. And then Upset City. The youngster from California, Hayden Patriquin, takes out Jay Devilliers, and we just saw Pablo Tellez take out J.W. Johnson. So these singles, it's a grind, man. Look at that second round list, and now we're only into the quarterfinals, and Martinez Vich, Devilliers, and J.W. Johnson are done for the day.
Well, I think that's the trend that we've seen over the last few months is there are so many guys that are capable, if they put it all together, of making a big run. It's about that consistency, which you've seen some of the big names at the top normally have that. The other players that'll break through and make a semi or make a final, they're looking to have that consistency going forward. Not easy to do.
So, as I promised, the ladies are on court, and Anna Bright, I was texting with her, and she said, you know what, Dave, I am going to play some singles this week to get ready for Major League Pickleball, which will be on this very court next weekend. So a lot of players getting ready for that and are adding singles in. So a very accomplished singles player. And then on the other side, we got Kelsey Antonsen. Folks, we got some action here. She's from Toledo, so we got a rocket on the court. Kelsey is also Canadian. She's from Victoria, British Columbia. And we will share more about her and this matchup when we come back.
Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Select Medical Orange County Cup presented by Intralinks, and Anna Bright as a double-digit seed just looks funny, doesn't it, Kyle?
It does. Something's off here for sure, Dave.
But she hasn't played a lot of singles. You got to play to get the points. So she is the 11 seed coming in here, and
15 seconds, ladies.
she was interesting. Her rise as a Cal Bear coming here to pickleball. She did well in doubles, which is a rarity.
Yeah, she kind of is the exception to the rule. Normally, high-level tennis players dominate or do well in singles first, takes them longer for doubles. She was great in doubles right out of the gate.
All right, Kelsey Antonsen to serve. Let's play pickleball. That sails deep, so Bright trying to get going, and Antonsen making her center court debut here. So, hey, you're in the draw, and guess what? You're playing on center. Great reach on that first volley there.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm not as familiar with her game. She looks to have some good reach. Is she going to be effective coming forward, find ways to get up to the kitchen line?
Fault, side out.
Well, she majored in film and video, so welcome to the Hollywood and the capital of the entertainment world here. So perfect place for Antonsen to take center court.
Side out.
Just kisses wide from Bright, and been a lot of talk about new paddles, and Anna Bright's got one as well. She's using the Scorpius as well, but the 14 millimeter. CJ uses the 16 millimeter.
Normally thinner equals a little bit more power.
Side out.
Little feeling out process here, and just a stunning score line in the last match.
0-0.
Yeah, I've never heard the term reverse pickle. You might have coined that one, but first time I've seen that happen.
Side out.
Frustration from Anna Bright here.
So I like what I'm seeing so far from Antonsen. I know we're just locked up at 0, but she's looking to move forward. We know how good Anna Bright's ground strokes are on both sides. I think her best chance is to apply that forward pressure when she can.
And Bright not sharp and just snapped herself around and marched back to the kitchen. This is a player that you will see the determination all match long.
Side out.
Gets a miss from Antonsen there. This is the time to get Anna Bright if she's not sharp at the beginning.
0-1. Point.
Yeah, Bright doing a good job of not going for the clean pass there. Took a little pace off, just tried to roll that, force Antonsen to hit up
1-1.
on the volley, and she would just clip the tape on that occasion.
Let reserve. 1-1. Point.
Nice overhead and backhand finish there. Antonsen tried her hand at pro tennis as well, did the Canadian. So a lot of these types of players are going to just keep showing up, Kyle.
And as we mentioned, normally their singles game's a little more solid right out of the gate, even if they are new. Such a high precedence on those ground strokes, which have to be modified a little, but can carry over quite nicely.
Yeah. Nice shape on that one, and Anna Bright is now doing that walk with a purpose back to the kitchen line. If you see that on the other side, you almost want to call timeout just for the way she walks.
She's got her prowl going early.
4-1. Now 5-1, and Anderson might want to think about a timeout. And again, this is a different match. It's the same match, but this court is different. There's
5-1.
cameras, there's people talking about you. You have to take a deep breath and find your rhythm. Not easy to do, and then especially when you have a hungry player on the other side who's trying to find her singles here in San Clemente.
Yeah, Anderson got away with one there. She's been a little indecisive, kind of starting to go forward and changing her mind. I'd rather her commit one way or the other going forward.
Side out.
She has punched quite a few sort of flat groundies deep here, so
5-1.
Again, got to get that sorted out here quickly. 5-1.
Point.
And just peppered right by Anderson there from Anna Bright.
Yeah, when she can get her feet set, whether it's forehand or backhand, very capable of hitting her spots consistently.
6-1. Point.
And you saw Anderson finding some pickleball shots there, trying to drop it there, Kyle.
Yeah, she extended the point nicely, but again,
7-1.
on defense like that, very hard for her to get out of jail with her weight kind of going backwards.
Side out.
That goes deep, but Bright up 6 here in game 1. This first round, first women's match of the day.
1-7.
Same thing, that same swing path just keeps pushing the ball deep.
And to me, I think that's more of a tennis
7-1.
stroke, right? You're playing longer baseline rallies. There's more spin. You can play with more net clearance. That modified pickleball stroke, you generally stay down through contact a little bit more.
And an absolute rope from Anna Bright there, and it is 8-1.
8-1. Point.
And after a slow start, Bright is running away. Nice ball there from Anderson. So here's a chance to at least build a foundation for game 2. It's a tough road to get all the way back in game number 1 here. 1-9.
Side out.
And just the same ball again.
Yeah, she appears to be, again, kind of raising up with her lower
9-1.
body, and that's going to change the flight path of the shot.
Point.
And now 10-1, and Anna Bright has a game point on her brand new Scorpius paddle.
10-1.
Lets that one go, and Anna Bright, dominant in game number 1, takes it 11-1. First round action on the ladies' side. We will be back with game 2. Can the Canadian rally?
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Welcome back, everybody. Anna Bright jumps back into singles, and Kyle McKenzie jumps back into the booth here. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, and Kyle, slow start for AB, and then just took off.
Yeah, when she found it and got her shots dialed, she really didn't slow down. I'd like to see Anderson continue to look to apply that forward pressure. It makes Anna Bright hit a smaller target for the pass than in these baseline rallies, and she just hasn't had a whole lot of success staying back at the baseline so far.
Side out.
So just a little bit of a breeze coming now here, and I love that Anderson came forward there and got a
0-0
miss by a fraction there from Anna Bright.
Point.
Nice roll. She was cutting a lot of balls in game one, so shows us a little top spin here.
Yeah, definitely the better spin when your opponent is up at the kitchen line to get that ball to dip.
She's like,
side
come on,
out.
man, that's not fair. Anderson played basketball for 4 years and also competed on the Canadian national team in 2005 and 2006.
Okay, wow.
So there's some basketball talent. We thought she'd definitely look tall and can handle the hardwoods as well.
Point.
Yeah, it seems like we've seen a pattern with tennis players converting over to pickleball. It isn't often just the best tennis players. It's usually people that played tennis among a lot of other sports where they're really an athlete first with a good racket sport background.
Side out.
Just deep from Anna Bright there.
Here we go, Anna.
Bright, of course, back in the state she played her college tennis in, was a very high-level player for the Cal Bears. And that just sails deep, and Anderson has missed about 10 balls from that same spot with that same flat. We're not 120 by 60 here like a tennis court.
Side out.
Bright a little frustrated there.
Yeah, certainly a makeable volley there from Bright, but I like that Anderson was trying to rip that ball and at least move forward a little bit to give Bright a smaller target.
Side out.
You see, no one nods their head to get themselves going more than Anna Bright, just trying to start the engine here.
Side out.
And that's the time where the slice isn't a bad spin to use, is on the return as the approach shot travels through the air a little bit slower, gives you more time to move forward, and stays a little bit lower off the bounce.
Side out.
Good deep return from Anderson, but Bright was able to even find a better return there. So little stalemate here. One piece looks very similar to game one, and then Bright took off.
Side out.
A really nice stretch volley from Anderson there. Bright did a good job of dipping that at her ankles, but she was able to extend the point just long enough to earn the error.
1-1. Point.
Okay, and some Anderson fans cheer. She's got the 2-1 lead here.
2-1. Side out.
Gives it back. You talked about athletes. Anderson's father played Canadian football, so
1-2.
He passing on some good genes there.
Side out.
Nice inside out from Anderson. So settled in a bit here. Now can she stack a couple of points on her own serve together?
2-1. Side out.
And you see that Bright won't return and come in every single time. It looks like she bases that off of the depth of the serve. The shorter the serve, the more likely she'll follow that in. So Anderson's really going to need to focus on depth even more than power on the serve to keep Bright back at the baseline.
Point.
That just caught the sideline there from Anna Bright, and it's getting brighter on the court here. You can see the sun shining through and the shadows, but not 95 like we were in Texas last week. We were in the 60s here, so much different kind of sunshine. Oh, and Anderson set that up so pretty and then just couldn't make the pass.
Yeah, no, she had a couple of great digs. Again, starting to extend a few more points, even when Bright's up at the net. I like what we're seeing here.
And that is gorgeous from Anna Bright coming forward and to control that, Kyle.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to say too good. Definitely not a routine shot, but she's very capable of making athletic plays like that.
Side out.
And you hear Anna Bright say, yeah, nice shot. And we've seen more and more in the singles people using the drop volley in the front half of the court.
Yeah, the level of athletes getting so good that just moving your opponent laterally isn't enough. You've got to use the entire court. We've been seeing that more and more.
Side out.
Again, goes for the cut, and there's just not enough court there. So as I mentioned before, 120 by 60 is a tennis court. We're just 20 by 44. So it looks like a tennis court, but it is wildly different. Oh, and an absolute BB down the line, and AB is looking absolutely fantastic here now, pulling away a bit now. 5-2.
5-2. Side out.
Yeah, really like Anderson using the slice for the return of serve. I think when she's got Bright up at the kitchen or moving forward, she's better off using that top spin to try to get the ball to dip.
So Anderson's turn with the ball. See if she can get back in it.
Side out.
Great deep return by Anna Bright.
Five, 2.
Talk about spin, my goodness.
Yeah, that even surprised Bright. That thing just didn't come up at all. Trying to play the approach shot there, but couldn't straighten that one out.
2-5. Point.
Sails deep, gets the miss, so Anderson within 2 at 3-5.
And that's the advantage of moving forward. I wouldn't even say that was a great approach shot from Anderson, but it forces your opponent to hit a smaller target, and sometimes they miss.
Oh, big opportunity lost. The pickleball gods cleaned it up, though, because there was a ball just floating in the middle of the court there.
But it's not, you know, that's kind of the conversion from tennis to pickleball.
Yes.
That's not a play that you have the instinct for to rip it and close in tennis, but you need to look to do that in singles pickleball.
Point.
And the pressure coming forward again, and Anderson has erased the 3-point lead, and we're at 5 apiece.
Yeah, and we saw her, you know, after game 1, getting some coaching, some advice on the sideline. I have a feeling they were saying, get forward, and it's been working for her lately.
Oh, and she had a good look there, didn't get the feet quite set. So 5-5, game 2. This is the first round for the ladies. The gents have been on the court since 10 a.m. Pacific.
5-5. Point.
And Bright ropes the two-handed backhand
Timeout
cross
receiver.
court, and
6-5.
Anderson
1 minute.
chooses to use a timeout here. So a better fight from Anderson here. Lost 11-1, but now down just 1 here in game number 2. So can Anna Bright close this out in 2, or will the Canadian Anderson force us to play more? We'll find out after this.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. Aloe MD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 Aloe MD, acute relief cream.
Corner booths, sticky floors, catching breaks, and second wins. You never forget the way some things taste. Great taste, 96 calories. Tastes like Miller time.
Great things happen when good friends get together. So grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2. Anna Bright up 6-5 here. Beautiful drop shot after a return that kisses off the baseline.
Yeah, it makes it look like an easy game, right? Just, you know, hit one line on the return and then just bring him in short.
I'm new here, but this is not that hard.
Side out.
Make that's the, to beat a player of this caliber, you got to at least make her make a volley and force her to do something.
6-5. Side out.
Yeah, and you see the difference when Anderson is willing to move forward. It doesn't work every single time, but you can see it puts Bright under so much more pressure. She's so much more comfortable just in those baseline rallies. That's been the biggest difference to me, though, in the match is Anderson hasn't been able to figure out when she needs to pass Bright on that backhand side, especially. She hasn't had much success winning very many of those exchanges.
Point.
Just wide on the tight angled return. 7-5 for Anna Bright.
7-5. Point.
Same place, same result, unfortunately for Anderson, and Bright just 3 points from moving on.
8-5. Point.
Yeah, the return to serve, such an important shot in singles pickleball. You have to aim for good depth, but if you miss too many of them, you're making it too easy for your opponent.
Okay, so we have a foot fault call here, and Anna Bright saying I got both my feet down. So she definitely hit the left. Oh, she's got the left foot back down wildly ahead there. So this challenge is going to be overturned, and she is right. And the players know. We've seen some players know that they stepped in and then drag their foot just to get that contact. And the rule is, you can step in all you want. You just got to reestablish the one that you put in there. And Anna Bright clearly did there. Our referees are Michael Kunkis. Leslie Shaughnessy, I believe, was the one that made that call, and Howard Hepworth. And there's where we go now. So I like it. Everything's done on court now. This, like the NFL, you go under the hood and check it out here. And I think this one will be hopefully pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, David. I think it's a tough call for the officials because they're so focused on that foot and where you take off from. But it did appear to us that Anna Bright clearly reestablished both feet before she hit the overhead there.
Yeah, because as long as that other foot gets down before the paddle hits the ball, she is good. It clearly appeared to us, again, not our call, but to us that did happen. And if indeed that did, that'll take Anna Bright to a match point. And if those of you are new here or have been here a lot, video challenges are all center court matches now.
Review, the call on the court stands. It was a no volley zone violation. Side out, challenge is lost, timeout is lost. We'll resume play at 5-9.
I would like our truck to put that one up again so we can look at that if they can. So
you see that she's going to
so
step
there
on the line.
It is. There's the left foot down again, long before. That's a missed call.
I think so, Dave. I mean, unless there's a rule we don't know.
No, there's no other way to look at it. I think the referee's doing an amazing job, but we missed that one.
Yep.
Side out.
Here we go, Anna.
So Anna Bright gets the ball back at 9-5.
Nice bounce back from her.
Yes.
You know she's going to be frustrated
for sure
not getting the call there, but played a solid point. Still in very good position to take the match.
Point.
And we are to match point for Anna Bright.
10-5.
And that'll do it. So Antonsen makes her center court debut, but runs into the very talented Anna Bright, who takes it 11-1, 11-5. We will talk to AB right after this.
Let's have better time with this. Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods. Green fat isn't anti-aging, it's pro-aging. Have better time with green fat.
Welcome back, everybody. And before we get to Anna Bright, we have some breaking news as Colin Schick has taken out Ben Johns here in singles, 11-9, 11-5. He made the big splash in Daytona, came roaring through the qualies all the way there and lost to Ben in the final there, but he gets it done today. So Ben Johns is out of the draw, but I can tell you who is not out of the draw. That is Anna Bright, who's standing by with us. She takes Kelsey Antonsen 11-1, 11-5. Anna Bright, thanks for taking some time. Congrats. Dave Fleming here. And you and I texted a little bit this week. What did you do to get prepared to play some singles here in San Clemente?
Hey, Dave. It's weird talking to you, but I have no idea where you are, just looking at a camera. What did I do to prepare? I played a few points with Leigh Jansen against James, 1 versus 2. And we did win 11-9, barely. And other than that, I played one game. I didn't really do much, just trying to make balls out here. I don't feel that sharp, but hopefully it gets better.
Anna, Kyle McKenzie here. You looked extremely sharp as far as the score line. I think people are more familiar with you as a dominant doubles player, but looked pretty good in singles today. Is this something we're going to see you entering singles more and more going forward?
No, you may see me on occasion before an MLP event, and that's going to be it. unless something changes. But yeah.
So the talk of the town this week is the paddle you hold right in front of you. A lot of players at all levels try to figure out, you know, what's the right paddle for me. We want to understand your name is on it. I love to say Scorpion, so we got almost all the way there with Scorpia. So what is it about this paddle that suits your game, and what can people learn about that if they want to pick one of these up?
Well, I think the new YOLO line is really amazing across the board. There's 2 different shapes, 16 and 14 in each. And everyone knows, before this I played with the Solaire, which also was kind of that square shape. I really prefer that shape for, it's faster, easier, lighter swing weight, and bigger sweet spot. So I really don't know why more players don't use this shape. They might not like the look of it as much. It is a little bit more of a frying pan shape, but I think it's way better personally, especially if you're not always playing singles. You know, I don't think the extra. I think if you're hitting the ball in this half inch, like, that's your problem. You shouldn't really be expecting to win the point anyways, is my take. But yeah, I love it. It's the new tech is like, it's just poppier without giving up anything. It's just as lightweight. It's amazing paddles, and that's why you see all the YOLO players have already switched. And yeah, I'm excited. I hope everyone likes mine. It's great, and my signature looks cute.
The signature looks cute. You don't need that top half inch of the paddle. And if you haven't seen the advertising for this, Anna Bright with the lightning eyes, you got to check that out as well. Anna Bright, thanks for taking some time. Good luck the rest of the day. And Scorpius is a real word, folks. Congrats.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Kyle.
All right, so it looks like a couple of dudes are making their way to center court, Kyle, and this is going to be something else. Tyson McGuffin, Christian Alshon, renewing the rivalry. We'll have that for you when we come back.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle McKenzie. This is the Select Medical Orange County Cup presented by Intralinks, the 12th stop on the Carvana PPA Tour. And we have a beauty as it relates to quarterfinals. The most electrifying man in sport chose to put on the red here in California. He is on the far side there, and when we last saw Christian Alshon, he had beaten Ben Johns in Atlanta and made his way through that Atlanta draw and almost got himself a win. So there's McGuffin, 33 years old, 5'10". Now when you see turn pro in 2016, you're like, what? Like, this guy's been playing 30 years or something. What's going on?
He's a savvy veteran now.
Yes, from Idaho. No one knows his game better than you. What can we look for here today against Alshon?
Well, I'm excited for this matchup. I mean, not just plenty of game between both these guys, but plenty of personality. I mean, this is, Tyson, I call him, Mr. Ferrari forehand versus the tweener king. So expect some highlight reel points.
expect some barking, some loud noises for both guys, you know, when they're hyping themselves up. You know, Tyson, it's about finding that forehand, you know, and he's got some of the best footwork, some of the best lateral movement, really has this court dissected to know how to hit his spots and find his shots. And then with Alshon, he's got arguably maybe even more of an all-court game. He certainly has the athleticism to run around and rip forehands, a little more capable than Tyson on the backhand wing as far as going for the passing shot, and really does a nice job, Alshon, of varying his speeds, locations, and moving forward and applying that pressure after his pass. So this should be a good one, Dave.
It should indeed. This is the 4th matchup for these two, and they've taken turns. McGuffin won the first time they played last year in Vegas. To start the year, it was a doozy of a match. Alshon took out McGuffin in California over in the desert, 11-2, 8-11, 11-4, and then McGuffin got his revenge in North Carolina, 9-5. The storylines of the day were we have tons of players getting ready for MLP, loaded field. We saw Koller win, Alshon's on the court, Tyler Loong out there. The question was, can Fed get back to Championship Sunday? We haven't seen him. He is still going, so that is absolutely working. But the question really was, what's Jaume Martinez Vich going to do coming out of a tremendous run in Texas? And that ended in the very first match of the day. He lost to A.J. Koller. Now, when you talk about guys that came out of nowhere and did something and then we didn't hear from them for a while, Colin Schick. Well, guess what? Colin Schick said, hey, I'm still here. I'm still here in a big way, and Ben Johns is done for the day because of it. So here we go. Alshon to serve to that man, McGuffin. Let's play pickleball.
Side out. Zero, zero. Side out.
McGuffin always going for the serve, just missed deep there.
Yeah, he will take more risk than other players, really trying to get that shape and that depth to dictate on his next ball.
Side out.
Alshon prefers the forehand. This is a guy that played high-level tennis at started Virginia and then in Chicago, but now full-on tennis is gone. This is all pickleball all the time for him.
Side out.
Nice lead from Alshon there.
Yeah, Alshon very athletic, but also got a longer frame. I believe he's about 6'2", so a little tougher to pass once he gets established up at the kitchen line than a lot of these other elite movers.
Side out.
And that was a heavy, wild swing at that one. He really went after that and missed it well wide. So little feeling out of the elements. The lettuce is fantastic here today for McGuffin. Had it tucked up in Texas because of the heat. And what a journey to run around that backhand. Just gave up too much court.
Yeah, it might have been, you know, he can run around it with the best of them. That might have been a touch too far. As you can see, Alshon just had to play that into the open court for the volley for an easy winner.
When you're no longer in the picture, that's probably a touch too far.
Right.
And there's the length and athleticism, and we talked about it in the women's match before this. You have to learn that. That is not a tennis play right there at all.
No. So he takes some pace off to dip that ball. The moment he feels like he's dipped it well, he's instantly closing in, and he can cover a lot of court in a very short amount of time with his athleticism and his length.
So Alshon on the board first.
Side out.
A couple of wild swings here in this game so far. Everybody trying to get acclimated here on center.
Yeah, they're both going a little bigger than they normally go. They really don't want to be the player on their heels. They really are fighting to dictate at the moment.
Oh, beautiful. Great. Nice job.
Yeah, all set up by the McGuffin serve there. Looked like it hit the baseline. Made Alshon late coming in. Once McGuffin realized that, he was going to hit and move forward right away.
Loving that, Cam. There's a review of that crash after the drop. A little deep on the return there. So a freebie for McGuffin.
2-1. Side out.
Nice little snap back against the grain for Alshon.
Yeah, definitely had McGuffin leaning the wrong way.
See how nice this location is. Got full furniture set over there if you want to do a little shopping for your living room. Love this venue.
Side out.
Tries to go inside out, but you just run out of court.
Yeah, and on that one I'd rather see, it's tough to know where Alshon's aiming, but rather than go for the clean winner, just try to get McGuffin stretched one more time and inch your way a little bit further forward after each shot.
Point.
And rev up the Ferrari forehand there.
Yeah, I think he is the best in the world, in my opinion, at that inside in forehand. Very easy to pull wide. McGuffin rarely does.
Net court, and then if you hit the guaranteed rate sign that hard, you still do not get extra points.
No bonus points. I tried that a couple of times. Hasn't worked out for me on center.
We've all hit
4-1.
Stinking ones. Yeah. That's not fair.
Point.
Little deep from Alshon, and Alshon is making that slow march to his bench. So it is McGuffin out early here, playing very well, getting a couple errors, but also earning them with a big forehand. So good start here from McGuffin. They're in the top half of the draw. Ben Johns is out of it, so opportunity knocking. We'll be right back.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Not yet, buddy.
Welcome back, everybody. Tyson McGuffin off and running to start this quarterfinal match. Wow, more please of that pinpoint accuracy on both sides. My goodness.
That's an exceptional point from Alshon to keep McGuffin from stealing that away. McGuffin hit so many quality shots, but Alshon was up to the task.
And then that last drop missed by like a millimeter. Wow.
Point.
Little too floaty. That's the danger of the slice return.
Yeah, last time McGuffin floated one, Alshon just tried to roll it soft. I like the idea of just hitting big and putting some pressure on that first volley.
Point.
And now it's Alshon who forces an error on his big serve. So back to within 2 out of the timeout.
Side out.
Again, it's got to be in the budget. Throw it away. You went for it.
5-3. Side out.
And again, both these players know if they can hit that back foot and a half on their serve, it just puts so much pressure on that return.
Point.
There's a beautiful inside-out forehand from Christian Alshon, and 5-1 is now 5-4.
Yeah, that's the risk when McGuffin slices cross-court from that position to the Alshon backhand. Really gives him a lot of angle, and he makes it a forehand anyways.
Nice finish. Tough one-handed backhand. Tremendous deep turn in the middle there.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. He's been passed a couple of times. You got to think he's thinking middle, allow myself to play more volleys, and just slow Alshon down.
Point.
Nice, keep going, Tyson, keep
Worked so hard to get back into it and then hand a freebie back. So 6-4.
6-4. Side out.
Yeah, McGuffin saw that Alshon was stretched, so he tried to close forward. Might have been just a split second late. That ball was dropping just a touch. I think that's why he missed the forehand.
Saw it like it is that one click.
Side out. Yes, the ball was out. Side out.
Yeah, that was bizarre there because McGuffin pulled the paddle out of there at the 11th hour.
Yeah, and I think Alshon thought it was good, so gave a come on, but it did appear to be a little bit long.
Yes.
Point.
McGuffin trusts that forehand so much there, Kyle.
Yeah, he doesn't always rip it and crash in immediately. Felt like that was the better play there, and again, just put a little bit more pressure on the Alshon volley moving forward.
That was a wildly non-bounce bounce there.
8-4.
And we are at 8-4, and Alshon took almost that exact same walk of dismay about 10 minutes ago. Calls another timeout, so got within 5-4, but now has to call a timeout at 8-4. What is McGuffin doing to keep the lead here?
Yeah, you know, he's serving as big as I've seen him serve in a while, known for that, but he's really getting good depth. Obviously, we've seen them miss a few, but on the last point, you see Alshon stayed all the way back because of the weight of shot pushing him back. So he's doing his thing, he's hitting his spots. I'd like to see Alshon maybe return, it seems weird, but return to the McGuffin strength in the forehand, and then look to open up the court by playing his first volley to the backhand. McGuffin's so tough if you try returning to the backhand corner of making it a forehand anyways, and he's very comfortable with the spots he needs to hit.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few players going, I know it's his better side, but the backhand corner is actually his better passing side, so let's throw it over there to the forehand. Alshon's just got to clean it up a little bit, start making some balls. You see umbrellas are now coming out. More fans are making their way here. Kyle, we are sold out Saturday and Sunday. Sold out.
I'm not surprised. It's a beautiful venue, Southern California. We don't have to worry about that Texas brutal heat right now. It's about perfect out here right now.
So perfect weather conditions for some great pickleball. We've seen it all day, and McGuffin up 2.
Side out.
Nice job by Alshon of handling that little, we were about to get cat and mouse. We got cat, but no mouse there.
Yeah, he got out of that quickly, and it's not a bad strategy. If you feel like your opponent is better than you with that lateral movement and those sharp angles, sometimes going more aggressive early on before they get established is a decent play.
I heard a bell. It's like we need the checkout register, but McGuffin, that didn't bother him. Just punched that backhand volley into the opening. 8-4.
I'll recall. 8-4.
deep return, and then McGuffin put Alshon in a bad spot and had a good look to get to 9, but can't make it.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity for Alshon here. That's definitely a ball McGuffin normally makes. To me, I think that's Alshon's best shot, the inside-out forehand. He's able to hit that with pace or take the pace off and roll it on occasion. Very dangerous from that side of the court.
McGuffin gets away with a return that lands a foot past the kitchen.
And got away with is right. I think Alshon, sometimes you've got so many options going through your mind. Don't know if he chose the right one on that occasion.
What a beautiful backhand there, and McGuffin snaps his head around and looks at his corner. That was a nice drop on the one-hander.
Yeah, McGuffin not known for the passing shot on the backhand side, but he's able to really place those kind of half volley drops as well as anyone to still be able to move forward.
Nice overhead from Alshon there, so kept his advantage throughout that rally. So it is go time for Alshon. Again, winner of this gets the winner of Dylan Frazier and Colin Schick. Wow, that was gorgeous. And did that ball take a weird bounce when it hit? My goodness.
Yeah, and we talked about, you know, Alshon normally going inside out there. If you can go inside in, keep your opponent honest.
Just tremendous get and reach, and what a pass from Alshon.
Yeah, that's such a difficult shot. It looks maybe not routine, on the live stream here, but the ability to move one way and yank that pass the other way and flatten that out. A very, very high level athletic shot.
7-9.
Now within 2. Just wide from Alshon. Alshon has used both timeouts, so even if that seemed clearly wide, but had it not been, he has no recourse now.
Yeah, one of the factors in,
Yes.
how do you use those timeouts with this challenge system.
Oh, and tweener for show at 9-7, maybe not the right time.
Not that I have the tweener in my arsenal anyways, Dave, but I definitely wouldn't have used it in that occasion with being such an important point. And we talked about Alshon running around his forehand successfully. I don't think he can do it on the return of serve, especially on that left side. Leaves a little too much court open.
Game point for McGuffin after the failed tweener. Oh, and Alshon read it, but couldn't execute it. So, Ferrari forehand 1, tweener nothing. We will have game number 2 when we come back.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
Alshon is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, acute relief cream.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Will you pause it real quick? Just sold the car to Carvana. Okay, hit play, please.
What? When did you do that?
I just did it the other day. All I had to do was enter the VIN or license plate, answer a couple of questions, and got a real offer in seconds. Then they just picked up the car and paid me right on the spot.
I can finally quit my job and become an actor. No, you're right.
Sell your car at Carvana.com today.
Welcome back, everybody. It is singles day here on the Carvana PPA Tour, and it is Tyson McGuffin, who went through 20 shirts in his singles run in Texas. We're on shirt 2, at least for this match. There may have been others in his prior matches, but it is not nearly that drippy as it was in Texas. Great volley there on the pass, and McGuffin off to a good start in game 2 as well. What does Alshon need to do, Kyle?
Well, he needs to, again, run around, find forehands when he's serving, but on the return, he might need to stay in there and play some backhands. The idea of not coming to net off the return, I just don't think is going to work against somebody the caliber of McGuffin.
McGuffin can't quite get there. Had a look at backhand, couldn't get it on the ground. So see if Alshon can plow forward and get a lead and play with a lead here.
Yeah, beautiful power on that cross-court backhand. That's the other thing Alshon, in my opinion, needs to do. I tell a lot of my students in singles, don't go for the winner. Just try to make your opponent stretch. Let the winner kind of happen naturally or organically. He has too much game to need to hit winners every time.
And there's a Showtime tweener again, where he overran it by a step and then tried to pull the tweener over the highest part of the net. Couldn't make it. Place would have gone bananas had he made it.
And to his credit, McGuffin was fooled. It was open. He had it.
So we're 0 for 2 on the tweeners, but that one might have been one of the best ever because of what it required. But alas, it is just another ball in the net. Nice job by McGuffin at just finding angles there. So Alshon looking to try. He just hasn't had anything stacked here.
Yeah,
so far.
I actually think that's a pretty good point for Alshon. McGuffin just played kind of a perfect point, didn't give him anything to work with.
Absolute filth from McGuffin right there. What an angle.
Yeah, no, he's playing great at the moment. But again, Alshon choosing to return and stay back. You know, I've watched him play a handful of times. Most of the time he's returning and coming in. Not sure what's making him go with that strategy.
And I think it's the pressure of the serve, Kyle, to answer your question. I mean, that serve was hammered, and Alshon knows if he hits it with that much pace, he's going to out-hit his movement and be in trouble. So the serve is creating both strategic and then just executional mistakes for Alshon, and McGuffin up a game and up 4-1.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. McGuffin's serve is always a weapon. It's revved up even more, it looks like, today.
Having trouble getting your dink up? Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods, never nutrient isolates. Have better time with green fat. Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back, everybody. It is that man with a lead in both games and in game number 2. And Alshon has had to call another timeout here. Can Alshon rally? It's a good start coming out of the timeout right there. Forcefully coming forward. He's listening to you, Kyle.
Well, you know, again, it's not always going to work, but I've watched Tyson play so many times. I just don't think returning and staying back against him will be very effective.
What a forehand from Alshon after a tough, deep return from McGuffin.
Yeah, McGuffin was daring him into taking the passing shot that way, but Alshon showing he has that easy power on the move.
And there's the length. We saw one of those on the forehand in game 1. Drops and crashes again. That is beautiful pickleball when it's working.
Well, he really does have an all-court game. You saw him pass with pace cross-court last time. This time he dipped it and came in after. He can do a lot of things very well out there.
Wow, and now tries degree of difficulty, 4 trillion. A cut backhand down the line pass behind him.
Yeah, it's not in my arsenal among a lot of shots that these guys can use.
Side out.
That was a pretty violent inside out there from McGuffin. A little more on it from Alshon.
Yeah, I think the ball got on him a little quicker than he thought.
3-4.
A little catch and release there, stuck on the McGuffin paddle, and we're now tied at 4. Saw this in game 1. Alshon got back into it, and then McGuffin raced away. And there's the first big loud yell from McGuffin. He looked to be in trouble there after another stab volley, but got out of it.
Yeah, especially when he can float the backhand return and still win the point. That's a big deal for him to slow Alshon down. He trusts his offense enough to go on runs, of his own.
Point.
And just like game 1, right after he got back into it, Alshon makes a forehand error there at the net.
Side out.
Yeah, beautiful return by Alshon. Stayed in for the backhand, went up the line with it.
4-5. Side out.
Man, is that a pretty volley? My goodness, that was a good forehand from McGuffin.
Yeah, to get that much power on the backhand volley when McGuffin dipped that below the height of the net, it takes a strong forearm and some very, very stable wrists.
Beautiful forehand down the line for Christian Alshon.
And this is a big moment for him. We saw in game 1 when he came back, wasn't able to slow McGuffin down. He made another big run. Can he keep his run going and get a lead here?
5-5. Side out.
McGuffin likely to serve out wide. We'll see if Alshon tries to run around or if he stays in for a backhand.
Side out.
Ooh, good lead there from Alshon, just misses.
A little more of a penetrating slice that time from McGuffin. Didn't float up as much, stayed lower, made that initial pass more difficult for Alshon. Again, he's had success staying in with the backhand, trying to take that up the line. We'll see if he does that again.
Side out.
And McGuffin a little frustrated there. Had a good look at the forehand there and couldn't make it. Tied at 5.
5-5. Side
0
out.
for 3 on the tweeners, and that one also seemed ill-advised.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, all the 0 for 3 tweeners have been pretty important points where he's right in there. Yeah, I mean, obviously it looks awesome if he makes it, but it felt like he had some other options there to very much stay in that point.
So we've seen some tremendous singles action on the PPA Tour here the last several weeks. It has been absolutely fantastic. And tomorrow, live coverage of one of the greatest matches in the last several years in tennis. Alcaraz and Djokovic will be on Tennis Channel. It starts Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern time, and that is going to be something else. Tennis fans are not going to want to miss that.
Yeah, get your popcorn ready. So many storylines with that one. So many people in the pickleball world, too, have ties to the tennis world. I know for me, I don't play much tennis anymore, but it certainly will get up early for the big matches like that one.
So that'll be great. Watch some tennis and then hop over and watch mixed doubles pickleball here later after that match concludes. We start at 10 Pacific, so plenty of time for that match to finish. So a great day of racket and paddle sports tomorrow, and what great singles we have seen here today. The singles level just keeps getting better, Kyle.
Yeah, the more permanent players, they're treating their bodies like professional athletes, putting in the gym time, and it shows up.
This volley from Alshon there. So McGuffin calls timeout on offense, gets the first point after that.
Side out.
And again, just misses on the forehand.
Yeah, Alshon did a good job on the volley. Even though he played it high, he was able to keep it deep enough to earn the error there from McGuffin.
Point.
Gets a miss on the return, so tied at 6. Again, quarterfinal action winner gets the winner of Schick, who beat Ben Johns today, and Dylan Frazier.
Point.
2 missed returns in a row, one on each side of his body.
Yeah, and you better believe these players know that Ben Johns was defeated. They see this as a bigger opportunity to make a championship Sunday run.
Point.
3 missed returns in a row. 8-6 Alshon.
8-6.
Tweener number 4. And the pretend play of the ball from McGuffin again. All sorts of histrionics on that point.
Yeah, definitely always a showman, regardless of the score, McGuffin. But he's in a battle now. He's had the lead the whole time, down 6-8. We'll see how he responds.
Beautiful ATP from Christian Alshon right there.
Yeah, excellent court awareness to realize that the angle would open up, and has the discipline to wait till the last second to give him the biggest possible target on that ATP.
Side out. Six, eight. Side out.
Get excellent depth on the first volley from Alshon, and we saw this a little bit against a great pass in Leigh Waters in the Leigh Jansen match from a week ago. Of the first volley going middle, you can sometimes slow down these excellent offensive players with their passes.
And if Alshon doesn't get this done, he has had opportunities to add to the lead, hasn't been able to get it done.
6, 8. Side out.
And McGuffin has not been able to reply. So the difference is that run of 3 missed returns right here. And can Alshon find point number 9?
86.
Just a tremendous athletic mano-a-mano battle there, Kyle.
Yeah, Alshon showing his athleticism. He extended that point much longer than most players would, but McGuffin solid with those volleys, never let anything penetrate through that wall that he created.
6, 8.
And there's the barking from McGuffin as he handles the ball off the net cord.
And he'd gone inside out the last 3 or 4 times, wasn't able to get through. Alshon decided to pull that inside in, and again, he just hits that small target better than just about anybody on tour.
So 7-8, this is a big moment here for Alshon. He has got to get the ball back. Oh my goodness. So after all the talk of gratuitous tweeners, he pulls off a tweener winner on the run. Ridiculous.
If he'd been searching for a highlight reel moment, he definitely found it and had a crucial time to keep the lead up 8-7.
Wow. Christian Alshon got what he wanted. He had missed the first 3, threw a lob up on the tweener, and now hits a clean winner on the dead sprint.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
All right, so here we go. After the tweener,
8-7.
unbelievable winner. Can he build on it? 8-7. He cannot.
And again, we see that pattern. When Alshon comes up with an amazing pass, McGuffin takes the return deep up the middle. A very effective strategy.
7-8.
And then, so we get the missed pass, the missed return, and it is 88. McGuffin's still frustrated. There's been 4 or 5 of those types of misses here in game number 2.
Yeah, it was definitely a makeable pass, and he missed that by a good margin, so a little frustrated with himself.
That's the point that Alshon needed. Comes forward, and when he has been doing that, he has been very effective. 9-8 Alshon.
Yeah, McGuffin's first volley just landing a little bit short, and Alshon's got a lot of options with a short ball in the middle of the court. Very different with the depth there with that middle ball.
Side out.
Wow. That was 10-8 just sitting on a platter.
Yeah, we talked about McGuffin floating some returns earlier, but that was floated and short, and Alshon not able to take advantage.
Point. I did.
Just deep on the volley, 9-9.
You see how quickly things can change in singles. McGuffin down 6-8 a moment ago. He's just 2 points away of advancing.
And a wide open court is missed by Alshon, and he's going to take that walk back to his bench as he calls timeout, and he will be staring at a match point against when we come back. My goodness, the twists and turns here at the end of game number 2.
Well, that's why you just pride yourself, if you're going to play singles, on tracking down every ball. Even if it seems like hope is dire, you never know. Good things happen if you make your opponent play just one more shot.
So here's a look. McGuffin spent exactly 0 seconds at his bench there, marching right back on court. Alshon got to dig deep here, and he's talking to himself about the missed volley that he had. He had everything he wanted there, just didn't execute it at crunch time.
And I'm glad he took a timeout, because that hurts. Those ones hurt a little bit, and you know that's going to be weighing on you if you're playing another point in 10 seconds. So he's taking a moment, getting it out of his system, thinking about what he needs to do on this return to give himself his best chance of slowing McGuffin down and getting that ball back.
So McGuffin is standing ready. He wants to serve.
Oh, yeah.
Alshon's going to use every last second that is available to him here.
Yeah, a lot of players, myself included, are a little bit superstitious when things are going well and you're in rhythm. The last thing I want to do is sit down and kind of lose that tempo. So McGuffin's ready to go, see if he can get the job done here.
So here we go. Match point for McGuffin to make the semifinals. And he can't hit that, and again, those frustrated shoulders on the missed forehand. It's remarkable that he has a match point with how many of those forehands he has not executed. And the serve goes deep. A second chance here for McGuffin.
Yeah, we talk about missing serves being in the budget in singles, but not at 9-10 for sure.
And that will do it, a missed return. And despite all sorts of beautiful play, there were enough errors, and then plenty of Tyson McGuffin digs in, makes the difference, and it is McGuffin who is going to march his way into the semifinals with an 11-7, 11-9 victory. We'll talk to him after this.
I'll be okay, 'cause I found my way. I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Welcome back, everybody. A terrific quarterfinal match just concluded, and it is Tyson McGuffin who gets the job done in two hard-fought games, 11-7, 11-9. Tyson standing by with us now. Tyson, Dave Fleming here, and quite a battle. You've had three good battles with this guy coming into this. What was the difference to get you through to the semifinals?
First and foremost, Christian's got a lot of upside, lives in Delray Beach. Seems like anybody that lives in Delray Beach is only getting better at a very quick rate, if you know what I mean. But yeah, just try to, you know, obviously on the serving side, go big and shapy on the serve. You know, look to find space so I can find forehands. A lot of 1-2 combos. The conditions here are night and day from Dallas. Dallas, I was sucking pond water. I was blowing through shirts every 3 minutes and all the above. The air was super thick. Had a hard time getting the serve deep. Out here, I can hit the living life out of the serve. The forehand feels good. And on the returning side, I think just the big thing for me is I can pass anybody. I can bang the serve. I can find forehands, 1-2 combos all day. But can I stop runs? You know, so I think that's what it comes down to in singles is I feel like I have all the offense, but what it comes down to is just neutralizing the return, guessing right, trying to anticipate patterns, and I thought I played pretty well there. I think he was, I don't know, maybe 1 for 4 on tweeners. He hit one sick one. I hit a drop on my third, came crashing in, punched a volley, closed my eyes, somehow punched a volley, got it back behind him. The guy hits a screaming tweener for a winner, and I don't believe his eyes were open.
Tyson, Kyle McKenzie here. So again, congrats, great match. I noticed the serve as well. That's what stood out to me. Obviously, you're known for always going big on the serve. It seemed like you went even bigger today, especially early, looking to dictate. Is a lot of that because of who you're playing and knowing how tough Alshon is to pass with his length and athleticism?
Yeah, I think. You know, I've done something differently to my paddle recently. I'm not gonna talk about it, but it definitely allows me to get a bit more shape, allows me to get a bit more pace, and obviously, you know, with the conditions out here being very thin, it's not very humid. The ball's flying a little bit, so I would say it's just a little easier to get shape on the serve. But happy to be moving on. The top half of the draw opened up, so I'm looking forward to the semis. And I flew in Sunday night, been playing a bunch of singles Monday through Wednesday. I would assume I've played more practice games of singles than most anybody here. So I see myself in the finals on Sunday.
Tyson, you are so known for everything you do on the court, but off the court, you do so much to give back. You hold kids clinics here at the PPA events. Talk to us and tell all our great fans why that's such an important part of your pickleball journey.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, the sport's, you know, growing at a rapid rate. I'm very blessed to be a part of it. I'm probably, you know, one of the veterans out here. Been playing for 8 years now, and the sport's done me good. So you definitely know that I'm gonna do a good back. You know, whether it's doing adult clinics, giving back to my community, you know, doing youth clinics and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it was fun. We had 32 kids out there yesterday. Kind of funny. I've taught, I think the last 3 years in a row during San Clemente, I've taught a kids clinic on that Wednesday before. This year, we posted a flyer Friday at 2 p.m. By 2:30, we had 32 signups, baby. So no, it seems like there's just a lot of, you know, buzz for pickle and youth pickle in Orange County, and just happy to be a part of it, man.
Well, we certainly appreciate that. 30-minute sellout for Tyson McGuffin. He is moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations, Tyson. Good luck in the next one. We will be right back with more men's singles action right after this.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product made right here in the USA. Each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
Recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Volair Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold Andiamo power with the Volair Mach 1.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Select Medical Orange County Cup, presented by Intralinks. There's a beautiful look at some nice, cool California breezes, and it'll be anything but cool with the heat coming in this singles matchup. Federico Staksrud, the 2 seed, against Connor Garnett, the 7 seed. This is going to be something. These are 2 guys that have had a lot of success in singles, especially Staksrud, and let's talk about what Staksrud does so well here, Kyle.
Yeah, you know, I've mentioned this before. I think what separates him or makes him unique, in addition to just being incredibly talented, is the tempo of play. He really doesn't take much time in between points, and even the tempo during the point is very fast. He takes the ball on the rise, has that pretty timing of taking it early and looking to close in and pressure the volley. So Garnett's going to need to really have some, you know, as always, strong depth on his return, but be able to get up quick enough, and it's really going to come down to the quality of his first volley of slowing Staksrud down.
And there's a good look at the Santa Clara Bronco, Connor Garnett, who just at the end of last year snuck onto the scene and then has made a name for himself, got to a final, finally broke through, so got that first PPA medal and is now ready to sustain it. And that's the question. We saw John May Martinez Vich. What happens? Lost in the first round here to AJ Koller. Colin Schick hadn't heard from a while. Comes back and beats Ben Johns here. Connor Garnett is a player that can do a lot. If you want to see flying two-handed backhands, you've come to the right place. These 2 have played 3 times. Staksrud won the first 2. Batman won the last one. Let's play pickleball. And it is the forehand that gets Garnett started.
Yeah, and I was going to say, as far as matchups, I'd give the edge on the forehand to Staksrud, but the backhand to Garnett. So Staksrud testing the Garnett forehand early, but he was up to the task on that occasion.
1-0. Side out.
Forehand on that occasion sat up just a little bit, and Staksrud was there for the put away.
0-1. Side out.
Good deep return from Garnett. So another quarterfinal matchup here, and then the last one in St. George, it was 11-2, 5-11, 11-9 for Garnett, and there is another rifle shot forehand.
And look at the shape coming off of that. I mean, it was really getting a lot of spin. On one occasion, it floated up a little bit, but gotta like what you're seeing if you're a Connor Garnett fan to start this match.
2-0.
Wow.
Point.
Okay. I haven't even seen the two-way yet, and it's just forehand winners all over the place for Garnett.
And that was by far the most difficult of the three that he's had. He created an angle that didn't look like it should have existed.
Oh, and it's only the net that slows down this start for Garnett.
0-3. Point.
Garnett may have played a ball that was going wide again. So tough to tell when you're up there. Normally, if you can get a paddle on it, you're better off hitting it than watching it go by.
Oh, and that's a beautiful two-handed backhand there from Staksrud. So the reverse of what we would have said to start this is forehands from Garnett and backhands from Staksrud.
Yeah, I mean, they each know the scouting report on the other player, and they're going to make the weaker side, you know, beat him early here.
Great, another great deep return for Garnett. So full system power returning here.
Yeah, I chatted with Garnett a little bit, you know, before his last match, and he mentioned his prep and his training. He wanted to get on this exact court where it had the exact grit and just hit return after return after return. He knows how important that is to get a win over somebody of the caliber of Staksrud.
A little too much on that return. The winner of this one will get the man who's living right today, Pablo Tellez, who took out Hayden Patriquin in 3. And he sits there in the semis. He won 7-11, 11-5, 11-4. So Tellez, who has saved match points today, been pickled, reversed the pickle against J.W. Johnson, and now awaits the winner here.
Well, he's come from behind in all 3 matches, so playing very free at the moment.
Great read from Garnett there to come in behind that. So 5-3.
Yeah, it's an aspect of Garnett's singles game that he's really improved as well. He's always had the ability to dip the ball, but he's trusting it more now and closing that gap immediately.
3-5.
And just a quick right there from Staksrud. Didn't even really follow through and just left enough of the paddle on it there. My goodness.
Yeah, he kind of hooked around that ball, and a little bit of side spin is what actually brought that in.
Side out.
Tried to do it again, but tougher to do when it's more of a half volley and the bounce is so close to you.
5-4. Side out.
You hear Staksrud getting a little bit loud early here. I think that's a testament to the quality of player that Garnett is. He knows that this is a pivotal time in this first game.
Side out.
Fed had the read, but not the execution.
Yeah, it always hurts when you play 4 or 5 quality shots to give yourself the opening and when you're not able to convert.
And that is a point structure that is going to favor Staksrud.
Yeah, he's really improved his own cat and mouse play in the last year here, and I agree with you, Dave. I think those types of points, I put Staksrud as a heavy favorite.
Side out.
Clean, crisp winner into the open court. So after some quick strike pickleball, now we've had several side outs. 5-4 Garnett.
5-4.
Yeah, great combo there by Garnett. And after every time where he stretched Staksrud for the volley, he inched in a couple steps further forward, until he took so much time away that he was able to hit to the open court.
So it is Staksrud that takes a timeout, and Garnett, see him right there, up 6-4, and he is just looking for that consistency. And I think that's what all these players are doing. When you look at these draws, they're remarkable. And it is hard to grind through consistently to Championship Sunday. Staksrud had a great start to the year, seemed to be playing in every Championship Sunday. Now hasn't been in a couple, so we'll see if today's the day he gets back there.
No, yeah, absolutely. Talking to him before the match, he says he's feeling good today. But when he made that run in Atlanta after one of his wins prior to the final, I complimented on him on how well he played. And I said, it looked like you really played within yourself. And he said, that's the key. All these guys can have highlight reel stretches, but to keep that consistency, always make sure you're playing within your own capabilities is a really important kind of mental pocket to stay in, and looks like he's doing a good job of that so far in this match.
So you got Garnett, who is always a little frenetic, jumping up and down on the court, and Staksrud, he's just enjoying some California sun under an umbrella. There's not the beach there. You can see the ocean from a higher perch here at this beautiful Lifetime. Man, is this place nice.
Mr. Staksrud.
Players getting ready to go here in just a little bit.
Time 8. 6-4. Side out.
Wow. That is a gift that will not keep on giving right there. Two-hander just right in his strike zone.
Yeah, and rare that you see Garnett return and not come forward, but such great depth on the serve by Staksrud. Garnett couldn't get any weight transfer moving into the court.
And there's the Staksrud inside out that has won him many a match.
Yeah, you see Garnett trying to find the Staksrud backhand, but Staksrud doing a good job with his footwork, not settling for the weaker side, creating a forehand opportunity anyways.
Reserve.
A let serve that clears the kitchen and stays in is replayed. And that's the thing we've seen players do to McGuffin and others who like to run around the backhand, is actually serve to or return to the forehand.
Yeah, well, they're leaning the other way, so even though it goes to the strength, if you do it once in a while, it can be effective play.
And there's more of the textbook Garnett two-handed backhand there, just diving into the court. He nudges back ahead 7-6. And now 8-6, coming forward after a confident third each time.
Yeah, he's really consistently stretching Staksrud on all of his first volleys and looking for opportunities to close in.
8-6.
And a beautiful forehand shape down the line there. And now Garnett has a 3-point lead.
9-6. Side out.
Staksrud more than capable of going on a run himself.
Unbelievable cross-court return. We talked about finding that forehand side. Well, finding the last millimeter of the sideline here.
Timeout, receiver. 9-6.
Yeah, that'll definitely work, Dave.
My goodness, what a return. And it's Staksrud now that calls timeout. So everybody trying to find some energy and the right amount. And Kyle, one of the big announcements today is the fact that USA Pickleball and the PPA partner together with the national championships. And today, those that have secured golden tickets can sign up and secure that spot. Those that didn't can get entered in there. And then there's lotteries and things like that. But we are looking at over 4,000 players potentially playing in Dallas in the fall. It's at Brookhaven Country Club in Farmers Branch, one of the suburbs of Dallas. This thing is going to be epic. Pickleball Boulevard, food, concert. What a celebration of pickleball that's going to be.
Well, and I love the marriage between the two. Nationals has been such a positive experience for so many people. Love to see that uniformity of PPA with Nationals elevate both.
And what an elevated shot there, and Garnett's got game point. Oh my, just couldn't shape one over there one more time. So he stopped once. Can he keep it?
6-10. Point.
What a ball from Staksrud. I wasn't sure if that caught the baseline or not, but it did.
Yeah, again, and one more of those, cat and mouse tight points moving forward, advantage Staksrud.
7-10. Side out.
Tough time to miss the serve. I know we talk about in the budget. The budget is rough at 7-10, so Garnett try number 2. And gets a missed volley from Staksrud, and that will do it. So Garnett, Connor Garnett, the Bronco from Santa Clara, comfortable in Cali. He's got game 1. Will Fed, the 2 seed, be able to rally?
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Turning back.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate all the fine work that our referee crew does. For this one, we've got Onisha Smith, Don Pabin, and Mark Thomas. And Connor Garnett didn't want a timeout. He didn't want to take time between. He wanted this to be like rec. Let's switch sides and let's get that ball in the air. He is prancing around. You can see him in the back part of that court. He wants to go. Fed, meantime, is taking a bathroom break, so Garnett's just going to have to pace around the court. So if you are Fed, what are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, I talked about this before. When you're playing somebody and their passing shots are just completely dialed in and you've tried both sides, going deep middle isn't a bad choice. Taking away that angle just to slow your opponent down a little bit and get more opportunities to serve and go on runs yourself.
So Staksrud down a game here. He is 2-1 against Garnett, but did lose the last time these guys played in 3, so Garnett had that coming in. And look at this, a great start to game 2 as Staksrud hit some quality balls there in the middle of that, and it was too much Garnett.
Yeah, Garnett did a great job of just doing enough with the first volley and then anticipating where the next one would go. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble there. Staksrud appears to
still be trying to test that Garnett forehand, which again, going into it, said maybe is the weaker side, but he has been lights out over there.
Up to the task.
1-0.
So.
Side out.
Well, shorter return and then just an odd shot from Garnett there. The
Well,
whole
yeah,
point was weird.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to intentionally serve slower,
Yeah.
which I don't get the logic of just trying to take Staksrud out of his rhythm.
Like that went like to 3-5 pickleball just for a second.
A little
just,
snapshot.
Yeah, just like, what are we doing? Just tried. I think sometimes you outthink yourself like, ooh, I'm going to get them. I'm going to show them a nice slow
1-0.
serve here and trick them. That's beautiful from Staksrud.
Yeah, holds that till the last second. He's so comfortable with yanking that back cross court, so Garnett has to honor that and leaves the line open just enough.
Zero one.
Oh my goodness.
Point.
Staksrud. And stamped it with a yeah, just to make sure the call was made the way he wanted it.
Helped Garnett out.
Yes.
Just, by the way, that was good.
Yeah.
Hit the line just in case he needed to know.
Didn't seem to be a lot of room there, Kyle.
1-1.
Yeah, he definitely thread the needle on that one.
And there, we have not seen a lot of that, and that is good news if you're a Connor Garnett fan, because it has not been the running two-handed backhand, which is often the staple of his victories.
1-1.
Yeah, he hasn't needed it, and he's still playing very well in a good position here.
Side out.
Little yell from Fed.
Still the right play, in my opinion, from Garnett, looking to drive and crashing behind it. Just excellent volleys and control of the kitchen line by Staksrud.
And there is the forehand from Staksrud that is so deadly.
And once he starts going, he can reel off 4 or 5 points as fast as anybody on tour.
Garnett chose to go body, and Staksrud handled it.
Yeah, when Staksrud is dropping and coming in, Garnett doesn't want any part of that cat and mouse. So he's going big line or big body. I don't necessarily hate the play, but right now Staksrud's got a very good read on where that's going, and he's getting the better of them in those exchanges.
So it is Connor Garnett who takes game number 1, but now has run into a red-hot Fed, and it's 4-1, and it's Garnett that's calling timeout. And we have seen wild swings all day long. I mean, the Tellez road alone has been crazy with this. And here's Tellez's doubles partner, Fed, Staksrud, looking to get an opportunity to play against him. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, that'd be quite a match, and certainly still very, very possible. Yes, Garnett won the first, but Staksrud is rolling here in the second, and he is the higher-seeded player. I think he's done a good job of bringing some positive body language in the last few minutes. He was slumping his shoulders just a little bit after game 1 and really turned that around.
Time in. 4-1. Side out.
So gets the stop after the timeout, and Garnett wants no part of this little conversation about how cute wouldn't it be if the doubles partners get to play. And that,
Side out.
just misses. I think Garnett thinks he made that.
I did not see that clear enough.
He will challenge.
Yeah, Garnett went back to the line thinking I made that.
Referee timeout. We have a challenge of the out call. The out call puts us at 4-1.
So that's
We will now
Anisha
proceed
Smith
with
you
video
hear
review.
saying we're going to have a challenge. Garnett does have a timeout, so that is there. I thought it looked like it caught the line. Man, that's close.
It's really tough. He had a little bit of side spin on it, and so it looked like it was going to go out, but he thinks it curled back in. Very tough call for Fed to make, and even in slow motion, it's very, very tight.
Yeah, that's this. I love that we're making these calls. We have been much more quickly on court here, and it is Fed who wants to make things happen, and Carlos Alcaraz playing Tyson McGuffin is probably not happening tomorrow, but wouldn't that be something?
Tyson's like, hey, sign me up.
Yeah.
I'm there for that opportunity.
Yeah, maybe we can get that arranged someday. Battle of all rackets and paddles, but that's not going to happen. Alcaraz will play Djokovic tomorrow morning. So what do you do here if you're Garnett? Like, man, things were going so well. Now I'm down a few.
Yeah, no, I think you have to still hold true to your identity. Play the tempo, play the style that gives you your best chance to play your best. But you have to make little alterations there. I would say, especially Fed starting to drop and come in a little bit more. I think that he's going to need to roll more dinks. Go ahead.
After video review, the call on the court is overturned. The ball was in. We will resume play at 2-4. Mr. Garrett serving.
Okay, so that's big for Garnett, not just the point, but he has already used the timeout, so he will keep it and have that, whether he needs it for a challenge or just momentum. So that was huge strategically. He was pretty sure, and he got the call. Oh, now there's that heavy left hand on the two-handed backhand.
Yeah, it just gets so much more bite and spin than most other players, even with good two-handers, because, again, of the use of that non-dominant left hand.
3-4. Side up. 4-3.
Just deep on the running volley there. So all that work to get within one, misses a ball that he usually makes. So that's how the best players win.
Side out.
And that appeared to land on the exact same spot, and Garnett is immediately challenging again.
I got you.
So
referee timeout. We have a challenge.
I'm telling you, that looked like literally like there's a tiny little target that Garnett has hit twice. We'll see what this one looks like.
No, you're right. Not even just on the line by the same amount, what it looked like, but the exact spot on the line. So
the depth. So let's see. Garnett had a great look at this, and let's back that up. Man, is this tight.
I mean, if it is the line, it's the side of the line. It does look to be on it to me. Again, I've been in Fed's shoes many times. You're worried about the ball. All of a sudden, you're turning your head. It's very tough to have to make that call, and you don't want to cheat yourself by giving away balls that are out.
No. So again, the same rules apply, and Fed is already hitting the ball over to Garnett, so he seems to know. And so now that's got to get in your head as Fed. Like I might have missed a couple calls here.
Yeah, and he's putting his paddle up almost like an apology, like, hey, didn't mean to get it wrong. Just
this guy calls a good line.
Yeah, normally does, absolutely.
So this will put us at 4-5 if it's overturned as we expect.
After video review, the call on the court is overturned. We will resume play at 4-5.
Yeah, let's go, Connor.
So the two-handed backhand onto that exact spot that is the size of a quarter over there, twice in a row for Garnett, and he's rewarded by being able to challenge. Wow. And then a ridiculous forehand down the line.
Yeah, and he's obviously not wanting to go to the two-hander, but when you go cross, when you give angle, you're vulnerable for some of those passes. Again, I'd go a little more middle if I'm Fed, just to slow Garnett down.
Oh, and then just a framed volley there for Staksrud, and Garnett has come all the way back and has the lead.
Yeah, he got the ball he wanted. Staksrud did there. Unconventional error on the forehand volley.
Wow, and another one. So do the call turnovers, are they in his head right now? Just mentally, you got to be so focused that anything can pull you off that. Tough miss there from Garnett. So this is going to take all of the mental fortitude of Staksrud to rally here. So he's having a conversation with somebody over there about the calls.
Nice inside out forehand there from Staksrud. Needs something to kind of build on here.
What a get, and Garnett had a put away and didn't do enough with it.
Yeah, no, 100%. He could have gone to either side and would have been successful, but short middle was not going to get it done, and Staksrud makes him pay the price.
7 apiece. Good lead from Garnett. So this seems pivotal for Connor Garnett to get out the door in 2.
7-7.
Oh my goodness, did that catch?
I'm assuming it did, just based on the body language of Staksrud.
Yeah, but Garnett's walking back to
maybe
return,
not.
so that just missed. Wow, just a little too much. That one just missed as well. Staksrud frustrated with that one, so 7-all. Game 2. Winner gets Pablo Tellez in the semis.
Let's go, Connor. Here we go.
7-7.
Yeah, again, Garnett just hitting the forehand beautifully today.
So, Garnett, 3 points away from the semifinals. Can he finish?
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
So huge moment here in this quarterfinal match. Connor Garnett, 3 points from taking out Fed Staksrud and moving on to a semifinal matchup with Pablo Tellez.
Time in. 8-7. Side out.
And got a short return and a look on his preferred side, but couldn't make it.
7-8.
And a great job from Staksrud extending that point, but just couldn't get anything to really hurt Garnett there. And Garnett with the serve back up 8-7.
8-7.
Just deep. Do we have a...
That's a point.
Oh, we have an overrule? Okay, so, all right. So here's what just happened there. Garnett looked over and said, I think I made that. It was called out by Staksrud, overturned by our referee on the court, and now it is Staksrud challenging the overrule of his original call of out. So this is a massive moment right here.
So the official call is in. So they've got to clearly see it out for it to change.
Okay. So Garnett has been peppering the lines here, and a potentially third ball to be overturned here. My goodness.
Yeah, and it's a tough angle, you know, on the replay for us, but from my vantage point, I didn't look like I could see much of a space, kind of like the other two, right on the side of the line. So not our call. We'll see what the official says, but very possible this is going to be 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's tough if you get into 3 here where the calls go the other way. And here comes Don Pabin out of the replay booth with the news. Much more streamlined approach now, which we all appreciate. The ramifications here are tremendous. So again, out, appealed, ruled in, challenged.
And Garnett has not stopped moving.
No,
throughout
he hasn't
this entire
started. Stop. Here we go with the call. Onisha Smith.
After video review, the referee's in call is confirmed. We will resume play at 9-7.
So
One timeout. No timeouts,
overturn
no
by Onisha Smith is indeed confirmed by replay. So Garnett has had to challenge a couple, has had to appeal to the referee, and 3 calls have been changed, and he is within 2 of moving on, and that is a frustrated gentleman right there, Staksrud.
And he keeps looking to the crowd.
Yeah, I feel like there's somebody in the crowd that is having a conversation with Staksrud about these calls. And now even Garnett is asking somebody to settle down over there in the audience. So even Garnett's getting involved in this. So here we go.
Time in.
9-7.
9-7.
And Staksrud is on tilt right now. This is where Garnett's got to get him, because this is a good enough player to immediately flip the switch if he can.
Yeah, very dangerous still, so you want to control everything you can here on match point.
But he cannot. So Staksrud saves a match point against right there. And this is a guy that, as you mentioned, plays fast. He is taking his sweet time right here and looking over into the crowd still.
7-10.
So try number 2 to head to the semifinals coming up here for Connor Garnett.
10-7.
Oh, and tried to do it with a flying ATP, could not get it done. Staksrud still alive.
Well, if you know Connor Garnett's game, he's never seen an ATP attempt that he didn't like. Not sure if it was there on that occasion, but he's going to go for those more than just about anybody.
Ends up with a seat on the video board. And there's the flying Garnett.
Yeah, nice choice by Garnett on that first volley when he was stretched out. He went intentionally a little bit shorter, forced Staksrud to have to hit up, was able to put the next one away.
Oh my goodness, another chance to close it out, and the two-handed backhand just wide. Staksrud still alive. Inside out for Staksrud pays off there, so 8-10.
These singles matches can change in a hurry.
Oh my, and misses the serve. He went for it. Try number 4 for Garnett. And that will do it. Connor Garnett comes up with the goods at crunch time, and he will jump and fly his way to the semifinals. This was not an easy shot. A beautiful drop comes flying in behind it. We will talk to Connor Garnett when we come back.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Welcome back, everybody. A tension-filled, challenge-filled quarterfinal that goes the way of the Santa Clara Bronco. Connor Garnett wins it 11-7, 11-8. He's standing by with us now. And Connor, Dave Fleming here. I saw you this morning on center court, and you were feeling pretty confident. How were you able to beat a player of the quality of Federico Staksrud today in 2?
I mean, I think I just came out really strong in that first set. I got a good opening start, which helped, and the conditions were a little windy, and so it was all about perseverance today, staying the course. The wind blew a few balls a couple different directions. It got a little tricky out there, but staying mentally locked in and just fight until the end.
Connor, Kyle McKenzie here. First of all, congrats, on moving forward. You've been a player to watch, for the last 6 months to a year, and you've had individual, big wins here and there, but you've really started stringing together consistent wins. What do you think the change is in your game?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of getting the reps. Sometimes you can come in hot and feel good, but it's having that mental discipline. And so going out and training with a lot of the top guys, I've started to see how they do it, and just getting the reps in is such a big part of it. And the more you do it, the more you start to feel confident out there, and it's easy to have the letdown, so it's just trying to mitigate that as much as possible.
So Connor, you are through to the semis, and you're going to play the fiery southpaw Pablo Tellez. What's the game plan there, and how do you expect that one to go?
Yeah, I mean, as you guys have seen in singles, every match is a battle. I'm excited. Pablo and I have played once before, excited to get a little action in again. He's a great player. I mean, he's in the semis, so he's got to be playing well. So it's just staying the course, playing my game, and getting out there and having some fun.
Well, you are certainly having fun and entertaining the crowd here. Congrats on your run to the semis. We will see you a little later on. Connor Garnett moving on. And I will be moving on just for a little while here. So Michelle McMahon's going to jump in with Kyle for a couple hours, and then we will see you at 4 Pacific, Fox Sports 1 for some of the semifinals. But we're right here on YouTube. Kyle McKenzie staying in his chair. Michelle McMahon taking mine, and we will have A.L. Waters and Brooke Buckner when we come back.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. So Aaron's folks could help him out with a sweet ride.
No way.
Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our car vending machines, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to the beautiful Lifetime facilities here in San Clemente, California. The Select Medical Orange County Cup rolls on as we welcome you to the booth. Michelle McMahon, Kyle McKenzie, professional pickleball coach here with you to bring you all this quarterfinal action coming your way on the women's side of things as we turn our attention to Leigh Waters and Brooke Buckner meeting in the quarterfinal round, the 1 seed against the 8 seed. We are nearly through with the quarterfinal matchups. Mary Brascia awaits her opponent here momentarily. And as we dive into this one, Kyle, Leigh Waters, the clear front runner, as she always is, the queen of singles. If you're advising Brooke Buckner, What are you telling her in terms of how to take down the number one?
Well, yeah. Well, Brooke Buckner is certainly no slouch on the singles side herself. She's had a win earlier this year against Catherine Parentau, has had a very respectable score lines against the top players. So I would tell her to watch the match that Leigh Waters played against Leah Jansen in the last tournament. Leah not quite able to get the job done, but did a lot of returning to the middle and playing her first volley to the middle, and that really seemed to disrupt the passing shots and the angles that Leigh Waters is so comfortable playing.
And for Leigh Waters, what is it that makes her such a special player here in singles?
Well, I think she doesn't get enough credit for just being extremely mentally tough in all of the disciplines, but it really is her ability to pass on both sides. She's got an amazing forehand, but her two-handed backhand is the best in the game. She has not just power with it, but she has touch, she has spin, feel. There really isn't a whole lot of weakness, so if you're Buckner, you want to just focus on playing to your own strengths and just limit some of the ability and the flash of Leigh Waters by taking that angle away.
All right, first serve underway here on Championship Court. A rare miss off the bat. Serve returns to Brooke Buckner, the former Michigan Wolverine. At the time was the program's all-time leader in singles. Trying to make a name for herself here in pickleball. Goes for the line, just misses.
Yeah, I like that she was willing to come forward, had an opportunity on the volley there.
0-0. Sun up.
Waters unable to make the approach shot on her path forward.
Point.
Brooke Buckner on the board first.
1-0. Sun up.
Yeah, I love that Brooke came forward there. I like her approach. She can play that volley, though, with more margin of error just because Leigh Waters was all the way back at the baseline.
Just wide for Buckner again. Had a chance to chat with her before the match, saying her strategy is to go straight down the middle, trying not to get cheated too bad.
It can be easier said than done at times because you see an open court, you naturally want to hit to that. You've got to kind of remind yourself against somebody like Leigh, you want to be very selective on when you give her angle, only on a ball that you can really hit with some authority.
2-1.
Pretty much find the angles wherever you put her, though, which is the challenge.
Point.
Yeah, I think when you're playing, you know, one of the goats of the game, like an Leigh Waters or a Ben Johns, you know, somebody of that caliber, it's similar to basketball. You don't expect to have, you know, Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or LeBron James, you know, not score any points, but you just try to contain them as best you can.
What a shot for Buckner.
And she did exactly what we're talking about. She went middle with all of the initial volleys that were lower to the net. She waited till she had a ball a little bit higher, and that's when she hit to the open court. Well executed there.
1-3.
Beautiful angle from Leigh Waters.
Yeah, Buckner made her work after she got to the kitchen line, but Leigh just a little bit too solid when she's in that offensive position.
3-1. Point.
And a player like Leigh Waters, she makes you almost play perfect in a way because she doesn't give up much, and even if you hit your best shot, it's usually not enough against her. Wow, even off a solid middle ball, she hits that shot.
Yeah, you know, I mean, but if you're Buckner, in my opinion, you can't define your strategy off of anomalies like that. You just got to play the percentages and just kind of let the chips fall where they may.
Side out.
It's a big one for Buckner to win. Even though she didn't move forward, she was hitting with such great depth on her ground stroke. She never really gave Waters anything she could move forward in on as well.
What a put away for Leigh Waters. Gets the serve back on her side.
Yeah, Waters is being the more bold, aggressive player at the moment, and it's paying off.
Beautiful backhand angle. She can hit you on the forehand, and just as dangerous is that backhand.
Yeah, two-handed backhand, definitely the best shot in the women's game, in my opinion. We mentioned it doesn't just have power. She has touch on that side, the ability to shape it with spin, and tough position for Buckner to be in here trying to solve for that tough equation that is Leigh Waters.
Timeout called on the court. We will take one as well and return with the rest of this quarterfinal matchup after this.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
Back on championship court, the #1, Leigh Waters, on top by 5. And she's not slowing down when she started. Passing shot for Brooke Buckner, cross court, and a beauty.
Yeah, and she really set it up with two great angles that opened up the court. She got Leigh leaning to protect that line and went back behind her again with the cross court pass.
1-6. Point.
You know, and I don't think Buckner's played a poor match thus far. It's really just come with Leigh Waters just playing lights out to start. And Buckner hasn't been coming forward that much, but she hasn't had a lot of opportunities with the shots that Waters is sending her way.
Point.
Yep, I like it. Anytime, you know, again, she's going to vary when she stays back, when she comes forward, but anytime she can get her weight going forward through the ground stroke, she's got to come forward like she did and put Waters to the test. Sometimes you will get past, but the alternative is waiting for Waters to do the same thing to you, and your chances are not going to be as good there.
Leigh Waters didn't hesitate to call a timeout despite only giving up 1 point there. She's actively engaging with her mother, Leigh Waters, on the sideline, trying to get some guidance. And Should also mention last weekend, Leigh Waters obviously took home another triple crown. And boy, you talk about that mental toughness, Kyle. She was tested in some 90-degree hot temps in Dallas, Texas, just outside of it anyway. And she played 4 matches that day, completely unscathed, made it look easy.
No, she's as competitive and as mentally tough as they come. It's easy to just kind of get drawn into the talent, you know, and the dominance of her, but there's so many other talented competitors. A big reason why she wins is that mental fortitude that's tougher to measure or identify.
15 triple crowns Leigh Waters now has to her name. That's almost as many as she has years in age. Unbelievable talent.
She's going to surpass that, I think, pretty soon here. I think she was able to straighten that one out. It looked like that ball was practically behind her, but she was able to curl it just enough to straighten it out.
Wow. The angles Leigh Waters is able to hit, even from the middle of the court, so impressive.
Yeah, and you know that the scouting report after the last match with Jansen, all the players are saying hit middle, hit middle, hit middle. And so I've got to imagine she's worked on it to some degree. She appears to be letting those balls come to her forehand side a little bit closer to the body, playing it a little bit later, and that's given her the best opportunity to open up that inside-out forehand when no angle is given to her. She appeared to be trying that again, but again, your timing has to be so great. If you're letting that ball into a contact point closer to you, if you wait a little too long, then you get into that miss-hit category.
Just long for Buckner. Anytime she finds momentum on her side, Leigh Waters just notches up her game 1 level higher. Wanted the corner, just missed.
Yeah, and Buckner's playing Waters just about even in the baseline rallies thus far.
Net cord, bounce for Waters.
7-4.
Take back the serve, looking to close in on game 1. Ooh, Buckner had it.
Yeah, she guessed right and was there, unable to convert. And that's really been the story of the match to me, is if Waters is moving forward, is Buckner going to be able to pass her consistently enough to make this competitive? So far, that's been the one category she hasn't really fared very well in.
So Buckner will take a timeout as Waters sits 2 points away from taking the opening game. Near perfect conditions here in San Clemente, California. A little bit of wind, but compared to where we were at in Texas last week, and this is, I would think, much more ideal conditions for these players to be in here today with a drier heat.
Yeah, they're definitely loving this, especially coming off of Texas, how brutal the heat was last week, but they're not complaining about spending some time in Southern California.
70 degrees and sunny. Leigh Waters continues her true form at the top.
Always has her mom on her on the sideline there in her coaching box. Would love to be a fly on the wall to exactly what's said, but it appears that, you know, at times Leigh's there to just pump Leigh up, validate what she's doing, and just keep her as sharp as possible.
Point. Ten-4. Point game, switch ends.
Waters takes the opening game. And we will have an end change. An 11-4 finish for Leigh Waters. What was the most impressive part about that opening game in your eyes, Kyle?
Yeah, I just think that she played extremely intelligent. She varied, you know, aggression with patience perfectly, in my opinion, where she wasn't waiting for the perfect opportunity to move forward, but she was willing to stay in the baseline exchange with Buckner enough when it didn't make sense. So she gave very little away, and she's going to really force Buckner to make some riskier adjustments here in game 2, I think.
Waters looking to punch her ticket to the semifinal match. The rest of this quarterfinal coming your way next.
My matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. Aloe MD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it.
Aloe MD, Acute Relief Cream.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Welcome back to beautiful San Clemente, California. Just a couple of miles away from the ocean here at the beautiful facilities. Just outside the Lifetime backyard. And Brooke Buckner will take back the serve here in game 2. Looking to respond after dropping the opening game.
Game 2, time in 0-0.
As we get game 2 underway now.
Side out.
I think Leigh, obviously a tough matchup for anyone, but specifically a tough matchup for Brooke because she likes, prides herself on kind of winning or getting ahead in the baseline rallies first and then moving forward. But Leigh gives her such an even fight from the baseline that she almost would have to move forward that first chance she gets, which is the return of serve. She's not quite as comfortable doing that, it appears to be here.
1-0. Side out. Zero, 1. Point. One.
Tie game early here on championship court.
Point. Two, 1.
Buckner taking her first lead of the match. Timeout called for Leigh Waters. Easy decision for her to make, getting out of this hole early as we take a peek over on grandstand. Colin Schick made a name for himself back in Daytona in March, and today will make headlines because he dethroned Ben Johns in the second round. Now in a tight one against Dylan Frazier, took the opening game and is now up a point on Frazier as we take a look in on this one.
Schick, of course, having that dream run a few tournaments ago, coming all the way through the qualifier to lose a very tight one against Ben Johns. Got a little revenge today, and he's looking to keep his day going.
former tennis player out of NC State, currently a medical school student. Very impressive.
Had a good look at that last pass, but Frazier gets the serve back.
Ooh, just wide there.
Those are the types of points where Frazier has the big advantage. He's got the touch, he's got the lateral movement. He wants to kind of slow things down, while Schick wants to use those big ground strokes and keep it up tempo.
Frazier just tied it up over on grandstand. Meanwhile, Buckner goes wide.
Yeah, she really had a good look there, but that's what playing Anna-Leigh does. She probably aimed a little closer to the line than she needed to, but again, she's respecting the passing shot ability of Anna-Leigh Waters.
Anna-Leigh Waters screaming out her initials. She can't believe she missed that opportunity.
Didn't realize she called herself AL. That's new for me.
3-1.
There she is. Gets the serve back on her side. Winner of this one will meet the winner of Irina Tereshchenko and Judith Castillo in the semifinal round, taking place later on today.
1-3.
What a shot for Brooke Buckner. Just grabs the sideline with a backhand passing shot down the line.
And those points are huge. We talked about in game one, she just wasn't winning very many when Anna-Leigh Waters was coming forward. She's won a couple here, which are big for confidence and momentum going forward. I think what she's doing too, Michelle, she's not going for the pass or the clean pass on the first ball. She's forcing Waters to hit one volley, waiting for the second ball where maybe she's got a better look at that angle.
Not that time. Wasted no time to hit a winning shot. Anna-Leigh Waters getting frustrated. Brooke Buckner has changed the momentum. In addition to that, be curious to know what else is going right on her side. There she is again, grabbing the corner.
Yeah, and that's huge. Gets a short return from Waters, and Waters didn't come forward off the return. So kind of the momentum's definitely shifting here in the second game for Buckner.
And we're just getting news over on grandstand. Colin Schick punching his ticket to the semifinal. He took down Dylan Frazier. Final score 12-10 in the second game. So he will square off against Tyson McGuffin on FS1 later on this evening. What a run for Colin Schick. And this backs up the performance he had in Daytona Beach, right? Because one could look at that and say, oh, just a one and done kind of performance. No, he's matching that and doing one better. That's incredible for him.
No, very impressive. And to his credit, he's had some tough draws since that Cinderella run. So I've always felt like his level was there. It's just a matter of putting it together and stringing those wins together for a weekend.
7-1.
Just missed for Brooke Buckner.
I like the variety there, though. She tried to roll off speed that first two-handed backhand, then trying for the softer slice, just throwing some different looks to make Anna-Leigh Waters uncomfortable up at the kitchen area.
Brooke Buckner jumping out to a 7-2 lead here in game two. A much different looking story than we saw in game one. How much of this is a mentality thing and how much of this is Anna-Leigh Waters maybe showing some frustration on her side?
You know, I think it certainly started with a mentality from Buckner, but after a couple of misses, you're starting to see that frustration creep in for Waters.
What a shot there, Anna-Leigh Waters showing her prowess with the angles.
Still not a bad point from Buckner, though. She went with a couple middle drives, forcing Waters to work just a little bit more when she's up at the kitchen line.
What a shot, Leigh Waters.
This is why it's so weird and unique to play Leigh. Buckner hit what would normally be a perfect approach shot up the line, but it gave Waters angle, and she took advantage.
Just wide that time for Buckner. Here comes the 1 seed, Leigh Waters. No lead is too big for her to overcome. Deficit, I should say, and what has now started to shift on the side of Leigh Waters to create this deficit. We'll answer that in just a moment, but now we will show you Colin Schick and his game-winning point against Dylan Frazier. Have a look. Match-winning point down the line, seals the deal, and on he goes to the semifinal round.
Yeah, Schick known for being one of the guys with an elite two-handed backhand, puts it on full display on match point there. And to answer your question, Michelle, I think that the biggest thing that we're seeing is even though Waters has missed some shots, she's still, from start to finish, been the more bold player. She's returning and coming in. That's the first opportunity that you have as a player to move forward. Nothing against Buckner, but she's a little more selective at when she does it. And right now, the last couple points, fortune has favored the Bull.
Long again for Buckner, and that's what Leigh Waters does. She makes you feel uncomfortable to hit the perfect shots. Leigh Waters climbs within 1.
Yeah, beautiful backhand up the line. Buckner trying to straighten that out, but great precision placement from Waters.
Elsewhere in the bracket, Anna Bright punching her ticket to the quarterfinals. She will match up against Mary Brascia. That is in the lower portion of the bracket.
And to me, I think that's what Buckner needs to do a little bit of. If her identity is returning and staying back, she doesn't have to come forward every time, but if you do it once in a while, I think it'll be very effective.
Leigh Waters gets back the serve and a chance to tie it here.
6-7. Point.
Yeah, it appears that Waters, when she's approaching and coming in, she's finding the Buckner backhand, but it's often a little bit more centralized. So she's forcing Buckner kind of a taste of her own medicine of coming up with angle that isn't fully there.
Beautiful finesse touch from Leigh Waters, ties it up, 7 apiece.
Yeah, we talk so much about the athleticism and the power. We forget that in doubles, she's got the touch as well.
8-7.
Takes the lead, rather, up a point.
Point.
Make that 2.
Receiver, 9-7.
Another timeout called on the court. This has to be so frustrating for Brooke Buckner, who had a 6-point lead to start this game, too.
Well, beating the best in the world forces you to try things that are a little bit outside of your comfort zone. From what I can tell, you know, Brooke Buckner, we talked about her prowess as a tennis player at Michigan, all the wins she had. She understands what it's going to take to win. She's trying to return and come in, but she's more comfortable waiting to move forward after the baseline rally is already in play.
And Leigh Waters, despite being just 16 years old, she has 4 years of experience as a pro, turned pro officially at age 12. Brooke Buckner, you mentioned, in her climb here in pickleball, started playing the sport back in October of 2020 and has worked her way up since.
Yeah, it's definitely weird to think that the 16-year-old in most of her matches is the pickleball veteran. She has oftentimes the most experience in addition to being the young prodigy.
No timeouts, no challenges, 1 timeout. Time in, 9-7.
What a finishing shot from Leigh Waters. Match point on her side.
10-7. One game match.
And that will do it. Leigh Waters will take her opportunity through to the semi-final round. It's a phrase we've heard many times before. An 11-4, an 11-7 finish. How about that comeback win in game 2? We will chat it over with the winner after this short break.
Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts.
Leigh Waters punching her ticket on to the semi-final match once again here in beautiful San Clemente, California, as we check in now with the third member of our crew, our resident female pro, Cameron Blackwood, standing by with Leigh Waters.
Thanks, Mish. Don't know if it's coming across on camera here, but it is starting to get a little bit windy down here Oceanside. How is that affecting play right now?
It's very windy and the wind's changing, so it's really hard to pick a side that you want to play on because the wind's going one way and then 5 minutes later it's changing, and sometimes in the middle of a point it can be changing. So you just got to be aware of your surroundings and make sure to go for big targets and not try to hit the line just in case that wind does change.
And it looked like it did change there in the second game. You got down in a hole of 2-7. Looked like you were referencing with your mom that it was dropping really quickly. What adjustments did you have to make?
Yeah, when it's doing that, you really have to bend your knees, and I don't like bending my knees. I love bending my back, so definitely an adjustment for me that I had to make, but once I made it, it was much easier for me to get in the point.
And so right now, you don't think there's a better side, it's just swirling?
Honestly, yeah, I mean, a little bit, I think that side's better, but earlier today, this side was better, so it'll just be interesting to see the rest of the day which side's better.
Good adjustments right there, heading into the semifinals. Thanks, Mish, back up to you.
Cameron, thanks so much. Such interesting insight there. It is deceptive with the wind conditions, despite the sunshine. Tricky to pick a side that is best. Coming up next here on Championship Court, it is the 2 seed, and Leigh Waters' female doubles partner, Catherine Parentau, coming up on Championship Court against Lina Pizzigoni. We will be back with that one after this.
Sip, surf, and slam with Sanzo, the first Asian-inspired sparkling water made with real fruit and no added sugar. Unique and refreshing for the ultimate flavor smash. Find us at drinksanzo.com.
Let's have better time with this. Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods. Green fat isn't anti-aging, it's pro-aging. Have better time with green fat.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way.
Welcome back to the Select Medical Orange County Cup. It is time for our next quarterfinal matchup between Catherine Parentau and Lina Pizzigoni. And this is an interesting one for many reasons, but it's the 2 seed against the 7 seed. Michelle McMahon, Kyle McKenzie, and Cameron Blackwood joining you here for the broadcast. Lina Pizzigoni, on paper would be the underdog in this one, but has a prolific tennis background. How do you see this playing out in her chances to take down the 2 seed in Catherine Parentau?
Yeah, you know, Lina Pizzigoni has certainly improved her singles game in the last few months. She's entering more tournaments. Seems like her results are getting consistently a little better. Definitely have to still put Parentau as the betting favorite. I think there's some similarities here. I think the biggest difference for me is Parentau's overall movement on court. She really can cover a lot of court. She's good both defensively on the scramble, and she's comfortable moving forward when she needs to. So Pizzigoni is going to have to play within herself. She certainly has the game to push Parentau, but this is definitely going to be a big win for her if she can pull this one off.
And for Catherine Parentau, she is a usual on the podium in women's singles. What is it about her game that makes her a difficult opponent?
For me, I think of her kind of as a jack of all trades. I mean, I'm not going to say that she doesn't have some weapons here or there, but to me, it's more about very little weaknesses or limitations. Again, I think she moves better than most. She can use all the spins. She can pass on either side, and she's got a very high pickleball IQ for singles, which is just a little bit of a different look, very different strategy than on the doubles side.
Catherine Parentau was first introduced to pickleball in 2015 by her Michigan State tennis coach at the time, Simone Jardim. 6 months later, then she competed in the U.S. Open and won the 5-0 mixed bracket to launch her pro career, and boy, has it been a fruitful one since. She has teamed up with Leigh Waters this season for several tournament events in women's doubles, and has taken her game to the next level, dedicated a lot of her time and energy to the fitness side of things.
I believe she travels, permanently with her personal trainer. So a handful of pros are starting to do that, and she is the only person that has beaten Leigh Waters this year in singles. So it shows the kind of game she has when it's firing on all cylinders. Very, very capable of a lot of things, like we mentioned, on the singles court.
Catherine Parentau will lead us off as the first server of this quarterfinal match. Pizzigoni finds the angle right out of the gate. That's that University of Texas tennis background shining through there.
0-0.
She grew up in Lithuania. Mishit that time.
It's funny how different people have, different perspectives on a shot. Most people see a miss hit. I saw a willingness to move forward. So I'm all about it, even though she didn't convert there. I think she's approaching the start of this match with at least the right blueprint to give Parentau a good run.
1-0. Side out.
Nice job on the pass by Pizzigoni. Didn't have a lot of angle to work with, so she slowed it down, focused more on spin to try to work that short angle, just stretched Parentau enough.
What a passing shot that time for Catherine Parentau, cross-court angle.
And I mentioned she's got the whole variety. She's got the whole arsenal of shots, putting it on display right there.
Ooh, just wide for Parentau. What a backhand angle dink from Lina Pizzigoni.
Yeah, Parentau dropping it and moving forward, but just getting stretched just enough.
Passing shot again for Catherine Parentau. She is so quick, holds that paddle out so long you can't tell what angle she's going to come up with.
Yeah, very deceptive. And I think Pizzigoni was trying to take her angle away by approaching up the middle, but it's got to be deep up the middle. It was a little bit short there, and that left her exposed to those angles.
Side out. Zero, one. Point.
Pizzigoni on the board for the first time in this quarterfinal match.
Yeah, set herself up nicely with a good deep serve. What didn't allow Parentau to move forward after the return.
Just wide for Parentau. Pizzigoni takes the early lead here in this opening game.
And Parentau really feels out an opponent, it seems like, more than most. Look for her to start moving forward a little bit more. She's lost the last couple points when she's allowed Pizzigoni to come forward.
Side out.
Just out.
And right on cue, Parentau deciding enough of giving my opponent the net. I'm just going to go ahead and slice this return, give myself a little bit more time to move in and put them to the test with the pass.
Left, recall. 1, 2. Side out. Two, one. Point.
Just back. Pizzigoni builds on her early lead.
Yeah, Parentau trying to just kind of bunt that approach up the line, but didn't get any spin on it, and it floated just a touch on her.
Point. Timeout receiver, 4-1.
Timeout called from Parentau, who now trails by 3. An upset potentially brewing here on championship court. We will be back to see how this opening game resolves after this short break.
Your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. We're back here at the beautiful Lifetime facilities in San Clemente, California. So far, the 2 seed, Catherine Parentau, trailing by 3. It's been all Lina Pizzigoni.
Time in. 4-1.
Former University of Texas tennis standout.
Side out.
Long that time. Good timeout called by Catherine Parentau.
And chose to approach to the forehand on that occasion. She'd been really testing the backhand and had been working as well.
Oh, Lina Pizzigoni had her on a string that point.
Yeah, she got the lob to bounce, did the right thing by closing in, but Parentau was able to get that last ball to dip just enough to make that a tougher volley for Pizzigoni.
Side out.
Yeah, deep return up the middle, didn't give Parentau a whole lot of options on the pass.
4-2.
Just long for Pizzigoni.
The adjustment that I've seen after the timeout from Parentau is where she's playing her return. She's looking to get forward, but she's going more middle or to the forehand side rather than up the line to the backhand like she was doing.
Side out.
Just wide for Parentau. Parentau's looking for her 7th medal this season in women's singles. Her 4th gold, if she can get through this quarterfinal match. Tall task against Lina.
Side out.
Yeah, Lina definitely wants that one back. She had a short middle forehand. Don't mind the shot selection, but unable to convert.
Side
What a
out.
shot that time. Pizzigoni.
And so far in this match, Michelle, she's been the more bold player. Every opportunity she's had, she's looked to come forward and put Parentau to the test.
Point.
Yeah, you can see that willingness to come forward, and just even in the preparation, if you look at Lina's feet, she's taking those small steps, always looking to get that weight transfer forward anytime she's not pushed back or heavily pushed to the sides.
Oh, best point of the match so far. Pizzigoni putting a lot of pressure right now on Catherine Parentau.
Yeah, 100%. Parentau tried bringing Pizzigoni in, but it didn't work out for her.
Side out. 2-6.
Oh, a lucky bounce there. She'll take it and get the serve back for Pizzigoni.
Yeah, certainly frustrating a bit if you're Parentau. She's in a very winning position, and not only does she get the let cord, but really didn't give her almost anywhere to go with that after it hit the net.
Point.
Oh, wow, and then she pulls that one out of her back pocket on the backhand.
Talked about the variety of Parentau, but Pizzigoni is showing that she's got some as well. That's a really nice job closing in and finding the angle.
7-2. Point.
Six-point lead for the 7 seed.
8-2. Point. Timeout receiver, 9-2.
Catherine Parentau calls another timeout here on championship court. What are we seeing right now on Lina Pizzigoni's side?
Well, honestly, I don't think Pizzigoni has really varied her game much. I think she came in with a conscious game plan of being aggressive on the serve. Any opportunity she can get her weight through the shot, approach, and get in. And I think that we talked about the variety of Parentau. Well, sometimes variety is a weapon. Sometimes it's a bit of a curse because there's more that you can do. So picking that right blueprint for your opponent gets a little bit more complex. And what I'm seeing is just a little bit of indecision right now from Parentau as to what is the best style of play to effectively match up against Pizzigoni.
Pizzigoni has never won a medal in women's singles. If she can win this one, she would punch her ticket through to the first time, her chance to reach the podium. And that would be a thrilling win for her to take down Catherine Parentau, who's been so good this season and in her career in singles.
Well, I just mentioned, over the last couple of months, we've seen Pizzigoni play in more singles events, have better and better results, but I'm not aware of a big win like this that she has yet. So this would be quite the feather in her cap, and she's firing on all cylinders right now.
This is the lower portion of the bracket, so winner of this one would take on the winner of Mary Brascia or Anna Bright. That match will be taking place soon.
Side out.
And here's where Pizzigoni will be tested. I'm not letting the moment get too big for her here.
Point.
Can't give any bit of leeway for a player like Catherine Parentau. Despite how early it is, a player like Catherine can come back in and make you feel uncomfortable quick.
Certainly very capable.
Side out.
Missing that time.
Yeah, it's certainly not a good miss from Parentau, and definitely, in my opinion, going for too much there. But again, she earns that error, Pizzigoni does, by getting that ball to dip below the height of the net.
Side out.
Ooh, that ball looked like it could have been wide.
Yeah, from my vantage point, it was, but Pizzigoni played on.
3-9. Point.
And another point to Catherine Parentau, now trailing by 5. At what point do you call a timeout if you're Pizzigoni?
1 or 2 more points, I would say.
Point.
I'd call it right now, to be honest. Given that it was the type of a point, it was an unforced error.
5-9.
Yep.
Taking your advice. She will take a chance to regroup. A different looking scoreline than we saw just a moment ago. And Pizzigoni, who was seemingly had a handle on this game, is losing her grip. What's either happening on her side or going well for Catherine Parentau right now?
Well, Pizzigoni, you're always going to have peaks and valleys in your own execution, but one thing that can remain a constant is your game plan and a clear vision for what you want to do. She's gotten a little bit passive over the last 4 or 5 points, stayed back on some of the returns. Again, some of that credit to the deep serve by Parentau, but she had a clear game plan of get forward anytime you can. Sometimes when you get close to the finish line, you start to have that fear of loss creep in, and it makes you play a little more passive. Hopefully she can settle herself here and say, hey, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose on my own terms, put Parentau to the test.
And Catherine Parentau will continue her service run as Pizzigoni looks to bring that to a halt. What a shot there. Now all the momentum on the side of Parentau, it feels, despite being down 3.
Yeah, again, she's now being the more bold player. She's serving deeper. She's imposing her will early on in the points, and it's showing and reflecting in the scoreline.
Point.
Now trailing just by 2. It's anyone's game.
7-9. Point.
Oh my goodness. Catherine Parentau climbs within 1. Pizzigoni just needed 2. She had a 6-point lead on her side.
Things can change very quickly in singles.
Another ball long for Pizzigoni, and Catherine Parentau ties things up on championship court.
9-9. Point.
Another miss.
Yeah, it's tough for Pizzigoni here. Every time she's looking to get forward, she's just got that extra weight transfer and hasn't accounted for that power. She's missed several returns long. Needs to come forward, but not necessarily hit her return so big.
Catherine Parentau takes the opening game. She was down big, rallied, and found a way to get it done, Kyle.
And that game one changed about as fast as any game can. It looked like she was down and out, got a little bit of a dip in level from her opponent, but became more aggressive, and it paid off in the scoreline.
You just feel for a player like Leigh Waters. That game was for her to take. We will check in with game two after this short break.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Right now, get 0% APR financing on the 2023 Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Back in San Clemente, California, Parentau was trailing as big as 7 points in the opening game. She turned around, found a way to win, and now her confidence has to be at an all-time high.
Well, that's why you always believe, because even when you're losing, if your game elevates just 5 or 10% and your opponent's dips 5 or 10%, a huge run can go in your favor, and that's exactly what we saw in game one.
And so for Leigh Waters, for her to regroup and come back into this one, answer this after the serve, what will she have to do to come back as she takes the first serve? Beautiful angle for Parentau. So what do you do if you're Pizzigoni? You just lost game one that you clearly should have won.
Yes.
You maybe hit an out ball at a crucial point in the game. You're replaying everything in your head. How do you stop that?
So you've got to go back to what your game plan is and get that mental refresher. It was working to start. Again, her opponent started playing a little bit better, but it looked like she got a little bit timid, and just a little bit is sometimes all you need to open up for an elite player to take advantage.
Side out. 0-0. Point.
Yeah, and to me, what I'm seeing from Pizzigoni is just she appears to be just a little bit hesitant. She's not sure whether to come forward, whether to stay back, and you can feel that way when your opponent starts passing you, but you've got to keep going with what your best chance to win is.
Oh, what a shot from Catherine Parentau. Grabs that forehand, sneaks it cross court.
And if you're Pizzigoni, you've got to chalk that one up to just too good from your opponent. You played a solid point, you did your job, and they were just up to the task, but don't shy away on the next one.
Side out. Zero, 2. Point.
Pizzigoni on the board for the first time in this second game as she tries to get some momentum on her side.
Point.
Yep, it's important for her to continue to be aggressive with the serve, really fight to get good depth and make it uncomfortable for Parentau to move forward right away.
2-2. Side out.
Long again for Parentau, making a couple of errors here in this second game.
And you see if Pizzigoni gets a decent return and comes forward, even if she loses the point, it's normally requiring Parentau to string together 5, 6 quality shots in a row. It's very tough to do.
Point.
It's Parentau here in game 2 that's lost a little bit of the rhythm on her return of serve. We saw that happen to Pizzigoni in the first game.
Point.
Pizzigoni off to a 2-point lead.
Yeah, she's done a nice job regrouping here and continuing to get back to what put her in a winning position in game 1.
Side out. She has 2. 2-4. Side out.
Yeah, you see how a deep return just really handcuffs opponents and they don't have much time to prepare for their ground strokes. Really tough to have good execution.
Side out.
Both players are locked in a little bit of a stalemate here at 2-4.
2-4. Point.
Just long for Pizzigoni.
3-4.
Ooh, what a shot from Parentau. How does she hit that shot from the middle of the court?
Well, again, you have so much more angle at your disposal when it's short middle as opposed to deep middle, but she did finish on the same shoulder for her follow-through, maximizing the amount of topspin to go inside in there.
Oh, and a beautiful angle to follow it on the backhand that time.
Showcasing a bit of the variety that we've talked about that she possesses.
5-4. Side out.
Parentau can't believe she missed it.
Yeah, she set herself up so well with that backhand drop, got in, had the advantage, and just wasn't able to convert.
Point.
Wide for Parentau. Tie game. Seems like both players struggling to find a rhythm here in this one.
And I love what Pizzigoni did there. She knew that she'd pushed Parentau back with the depth of her serve. She didn't go for too much on the approach shot. Just making approach shots still forces your opponent to come up with the goods. When you start to go for too much, you let them off the hook.
6-5. Side out.
Parentau jams up Pizzigoni that time.
Six.
Wow, another beautiful finish for Catherine Parentau on the two-handed backhand.
Yeah, not an easy shot, threading the needle up the line with the two-hander. Beautiful play there by Parentau.
6-6. Point. Timeout receiver, 7-6.
This is the first ever meeting between these two on the PPA Tour. Timeout called from Pizzigoni as Catherine Parentau takes the lead. This one has taken a couple of twists and turns, trading side outs on both sides. What do you think this one comes down to? We will find out as we step aside for just a moment and chat that concept over after the short break.
right here.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Catherine Parentau looking to close out this match on her terms, on her serve. What does this one come down to in your eyes, Kyle McKenzie?
Well, I think because it's the first time they've played, we saw in game one, Parentau looked not sure of the right strategy. I think she's dialed into working the angles, trying to slow things down, and getting more, forcing Pizzigoni to move more laterally rather than go for the powerful pass. More slower passes, angles, and looking to move forward.
6-7.
Passing shot for Pizzigoni. She is right back in, not going away. Tie game, 7-7.
7-7.
What a shot from Parentau.
Yeah, and she's had a lot of success with dropping and closing in off the drop. Not easy to do, but it's a skill set she certainly possesses.
Oh, what a shot from Pizzigoni.
Yeah, really tough for her, especially when you're that two-handed backhand player. A lot of them struggle with releasing that hand and getting more reach with the one hand on the volley.
Side out. Seven. Point.
Yeah, and it was a good serve by Parentau, but this is a little bit of what happened to Pizzigoni in the game one of returning and staying back. She just let Parentau off the hook a little bit.
Point.
Parentau closing in on this match.
Point.
Just back, match point on her side. A reminder, the remainder of our matches here from San Clemente will be on FS1. So if you're joining us here on the stream, be sure to join us on national television.
Point game match.
Catherine Parentau, she will take the match in dramatic fashion. An 11-7 finish here in game two. What did you like the most on her side?
Yeah, just the problem solving. Again, we're all going to have days where we don't play our best, but she was able to calibrate with what she does well to find just some potential limitations or vulnerabilities from Pizzigoni, and she is moving on.
We will check in with Catherine Parentau, the 2 seed. After this short break, she is on to the semifinals.
Having trouble getting your dink up? Our advanced formulas are made of plant-sourced omega-3s from 9 nutritious foods, never nutrient isolates. Have better time with Green Fat.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
On down to Kicking Water Bottles. Coming out in just a minute over here in the splash zone. The DJ side of the court. Let's go.
Welcome back, Catherine Parentau, the 2C, punching her ticket through to the semi-final matchup. Time now to welcome back the third member of our crew, Cameron Blackwood, standing by with Parentau.
Thanks, Misha. First time you and Lena playing against each other here on the PPA Tour. Down 2-9 in the first game. She's bringing a lot of momentum. What changes did you have to make to come back and get that game?
I felt like I had to go for bigger targets. My targets were way too small and it's super windy. So I just changed my, I fought and changed my targets, make sure that I went for bigger targets, and that worked out.
Like we said, it's a little swirly down here, but going into game two, there's a lot of momentum shifts. But what are those key shots you're looking to execute?
I would say a big serve for sure. And if I'm returning a good return, and I would say the third shot is also important. It kind of sets up the whole point.
And a little girl chat here. I did say you're not wearing your bun, your hair is down. You said you just want to change it up. Feel a little different today?
Yeah, I mean, I cut my hair maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm like, oh, it's short enough. It doesn't bother me. It's not too like, I don't know. If I'm sweaty, it kind of sticks to my back, but it's short enough that it doesn't do that. So for now, I'll keep it that way.
Well, I'm loving it. Anyways, on to the semifinals. Mish, back to you.
Cameron, thanks so much. And on she goes to the semi-final matchup, which of course will be taking place over on FS1. You are watching the Select Medical Orange County Cup here, and the remaining matches for us can be found over on FS1 starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific time. So that will do it for our live stream coverage of the singles rounds today. Don't forget to head on over to FS1. We can't wait to have you with us for these semi-final rounds. For Kyle McKenzie, Cameron Blackwood, I'm Michelle McMahon saying so long for right now. We will see you right back here for the live stream at 10 a.m. And later on this evening, we will have you over on FS1. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody.